Being 10 o'clock Apple time, we will open the budget work session for the community colleges, and we welcome Chancellor Rubenstein and Director Reed. The floor is yours. The best.
Good morning, and thank you for having us back. I assume this is the opportunity, now that the governor's budget is out, for us to get into a little bit more detail. Once again, you have a presentation in front of you, and this time I'm going to try and do a little bit better job of staying with script. But we'll certainly be here more to answer questions that the committee has. So I appreciate your time this morning. As the second slide illustrates, our service to the state as educators is a statewide mission, campuses placed in regions throughout New Hampshire. 93% of our students are New Hampshire residents, and the information we have suggests that most of them work and persist after graduation in the communities where they live. So the education they receive continues to resonate for New Hampshire. Our programs include our dual enrollment in high schools. More than 100 high schools participate in Running Start, but we also have early college programs. We host a couple of charter school programs on our campuses. Our core work is reflected in associate degree and certificate programs, the associate degrees being in some cases career focused, automotive, for instance, and welding, in other cases leading to transfer pathways, university system, and other four-year institutions. And then we also increasingly have been doing more with career-focused training, not what's currently non-credit programming intended to help people already in the workforce or entering the workforce, shorter time frame, more immediate access and impact for their personal circumstances and for their employers. When we put together our budget request for the governor, we had a core set of priorities. One has to do with our long-term mission of supporting access to post-secondary education through affordability, reflected in the programs that we do in high schools, but also the pathways to the community college system and then through the community college system to the university system and beyond. We're continued to focus on strengthening New Hampshire's workforce and increasingly want to find ways that our physical resources, our campuses across the state, can serve as resources for their communities beyond what we deliver as educators. The following slide, it's page 4, is our current appropriation, the 3% efficiency, and the specific, in the fiscal 23 budget, the specific scholarship support for dual enrollment, concurrent enrollment courses, specifically scholarships for STEM and CTE courses. Building on that, we made some very particular requests of the governor. We asked that the state allow us to continue to freeze tuition. We've kept tuition virtually flat for the last 12 years. It was $210 a credit in 2011. It's $215 a credit today. And our goal was to keep that flat, in part because we're allowing affordability to catch up with us, if you will. We're in a position now where the value of a federal Pell Grant now exceeds the cost of full-time enrollment for a New Hampshire resident in the coming year. And that's a threshold that wouldn't have been true 10 years ago or 5 years ago. And if we had simply allowed tuition to increase over time with the rate of inflation, it still wouldn't be true. So the combination of state support and fiscal discipline, we've reached an important milestone for the state. We asked specifically for support for workforce programs. These are typically short-term programs not currently eligible for federal financial aid. Over the last several years, there have been competing bills in Congress, the U.S. Congress, that have not gotten through. The Jobs Act, and more recently, a piece of legislation with the acronym Pell, intended to support lifelong learning. Either of those would help address this issue, which is creating aid to support short-term programs with a workforce focus. But in the absence of that kind of support for a lot of learners, this is what they need, not a semester, not a credit-based, not a degree-based learning opportunity. Maybe it's a certificate in Lean Six Sigma. Maybe it's a CDL program, but on a different calendar than a semester-based program like the one we have at White Mountains Community College. So that was a second request. We asked for support to expand access to our early childhood education programs because we think we're in a position to make a contribution to the state's need for more high quality, accessible, affordable childcare. And we think that this would contribute to expanding the pathway and the pipeline, increase the availability of affordable childcare in the state. We asked for support for the dual and concurrent enrollment program. As I described earlier, currently it's $1.5 million in scholarship support, and it's specifically STEM and CTE courses. We wanted to expand that to up to 5 courses a year beyond just STEM and CTE courses. And as I described when I was here last time, in some ways, dual enrollment is our primary contribution to affordability for middle-class families who are not going to be eligible for federal grants for post-secondary. But if we can assist them in more affordable access to completing a path to college while still in high school, we can help manage the longer-term costs, help them avoid debt. We did ask for sufficient funds at the time, what we thought would be required to bring a promise program, effectively covering the cost of community college for students who had high need. We've subsequently refined the estimate of what that would take. And then we'd asked for some support for energy efficiency projects. As I mentioned, we've got campuses across the state. A growing part of our expense has been utilities, and thinking long-term, trying to mitigate those costs with renewable alternatives. So with the governor's budget, first let me say we're grateful. That was, we appreciate the support. In addition to the foundation of 3% from the efficiency budget, support sufficient to allow us to keep tuition frozen for the biennium, and specific investment in that early childhood education, we greatly appreciated. Although I don't know that we've seen it, our understanding is House Bill 2 also has an increase, additional $500,000 to support dual and concurrent enrollment and give us a little bit more latitude, because part of what we currently have is scholarships to continue to deliver Running Start in high schools. In some schools, they may not have the teachers who are academically qualified to deliver parts of the curriculum. For us to have more ability to be creative in deploying our faculty to support that instruction can expand opportunities for students beyond the scholarship. We'd also ask for, and in the language we understand, Board of Trustees would have authority to address the participation of future employees, not currently employed and eligible, but future employees not otherwise eligible to participate in the state employee retirement system. This is a long-term issue for managing expense. When the community college system became an independent entity in 2007, property transferred to the Board of Trustees in 2011, but no change was made in participation in the state employee retirement system. We currently have some employees in a separate 403B plan. Majority of our employees are still in the state employee retirement system, and it's an area where expense continues to grow and over which the board has no authority. So we had requested the board have that authority to make a decision, not to make the decision, but the authority when they made when the time came that they could make that decision. As you can see at the bottom of slide 5, several of the items that we requested were not part of the funding from the governor's budget. Certainly understand competing pressures and priorities. Among those, and perhaps really absent from them, we were a little bit surprised to see no capital funding for the community college system in the next biennium proposed. We weren't necessarily looking for, slide 6, we weren't necessarily looking for new buildings, but we have appreciated the support we've had for critical maintenance needs for IT in particular in recent years, and so had anticipated there'd be some coverage for that. Among the things that we had specifically asked for and for which funding wasn't allocated, we still believe that absent federal funding in either the Jobs Act or the Pell Bill in Congress, that funding for workforce programs will help, particularly working adults looking to upskill for different industries or change careers into different industries that are vital to the state would be helpful. Just some notes. As I mentioned earlier about the affordability, part of that has been the state's continued support for our work. Part of it has been our efforts to manage our own expenses. We've reduced our workforce by 30%, primarily by attrition. And as attrition has occurred, reorganizing how we do that work to be able to maintain services and deliver our programs in a more efficient way. We continue to look at ways to identify services that can be centralized. We're currently working on some of that with IT. Looking at shared positions, regional positions within the system. Again, just capitalizing on the efficiency and the talent that we have to deploy more effectively. One other note about our programs, I think I touched upon this in previous discussion. As our portfolio of academic programs has shifted, one of the things that's most clear is that the place where we continue to have a critical role are programs that are in healthcare, whether it's nursing, dental hygiene, welding, automotive technology, engineering technologies that do not have alternatives within the state. Those programs also tend to be some of the most expensive that we deliver. And as our enrollments are increasingly concentrated in that area, it becomes one of the balance points as we try and maintain affordability, but ensure the quality of those programs. And although we're not making a specific ask, it's simply helpful, I think, for you to understand that that's part of the dynamic that we work with to sustain programs that are significantly more costly to deliver that simply don't have alternatives in the state. I'm happy to stop if questions have come up, but we've reached a familiar slide. This is reinforcing the point that I made. Had we simply allowed tuition to rise at the rate of consumer inflation, not even higher education inflation, which is notoriously more fast-paced than consumer inflation, but at the consumer rate, tuition would be close to $280 a credit. We've kept it virtually flat for 12 years. That increases the buying power for New Hampshire families. To the extent that it's helpful on slide 9, an overview of our revenue and allocation of our expenses. These are both for fiscal 23. Just for context, the total figure on revenue about 124 million, total figure on expense about 121 million. And I think at this point I'll stop and entertain any questions the committee has.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two questions. Well, first of all, since you're talking about your revenues and expenses, do you have a ballpark figure about for the unmet needs to be added, that would have to be added to what's in the governor's budget here?
Yeah, if we were going to try and deliver a promise program for New Hampshire residents who are Pell eligible, those students whom the federal government judges to be eligible for that grant, to pick up the balance of what they don't cover. This would be for students who don't have a zero contribution, but have something larger. Best estimate would be about $3.5 million. So roughly half of what we had originally been looking at. And part of that is that the value of the Pell Grant projected for next year has increased.
Thank you. I follow up. I want to thank you both for putting me in touch with President Lloyd at White Mountains Community College. And when I did speak with him last week, he was just getting ready to make a presentation to the local school board. Instead of keeping the North Conway office open, they're going to close that and blend everything into the high school program. Can you just give me any little more specifics on what will be included in the high school?
So I won't be able to go into complete depth on that one, and I didn't mean to be vague when we last met, but I knew that President Lloyd wanted to have that conversation with his community first. The
Thank you.
current facility is a lease facility
Yeah,
and relatively low activity. So the plan, I believe, is primarily related to biological sciences, and they're going to partner with the high school to make the programs that much more accessible. In the same way that we're looking for ways to make our campuses more engaged, this is just turning the coin the other way and capitalizing on the relationship we have with the high school. So most of the programs currently offered at that location in Conway will continue to be available, but not all of them. And
Oh,
part of that's a function of demand.
yes, thank you. It sounded like a sensible plan, and to have in order to have more people take advantage of it by putting it in the high school instead of having it to be a whole separate program.
We are trying to remove those kinds of barriers
Yeah.
for students, and to the extent that students are accustomed to learning in their high school environment, capitalize on that relationship. We can do better, and simply a better use of resources for us, but also to put that facility that wasn't getting a lot of activity to better use for that community. That leased facility can probably serve some private business better than it was able to serve us.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and that's really what I was asking you last week. But how to get local people to take advantage of the programs, more advantage of it than they were. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
When I look at the things that were not funded, it seems to me that you've got apples and bananas going on here, because energy efficiency are like one-time investments. But the trouble with the budget process is if that hits a budget line, then that becomes a budgeted item ad nauseum. I mean, it doesn't go away. So I'm just observing. I'm not criticizing.
No, that's entirely true. In his budget address, the governor did note that he was using the surplus funds to fund one-time projects. And the energy improvement work, that would be a one-time, that would not be in addition to base, that would continue indefinitely. Similarly, on side 6, we outline a most significant unmet need in the capital area. And the governor had also indicated that he used, in his budget formulation, he used some surplus dollars to fund those kind of one-time capital projects. We have not seen House Bill 2 to know what specifically is funded that way in it with FY23 surplus funds. But we are hoping that the committee may see some room there to make adjustments to help us meet these capital needs, particularly for critical maintenance and IT infrastructure upgrades, which again would not go to base. Those would be one-time funds for FY24 and 25.
But it would seem that you could also use one-time funds for buying equipment that lasts more than 5 years, or, I'm just saying, if you're going to push the ball, push a little harder,
I think we're trying to be respectful of the process and not overreach. Even our request for the Promise program, that $8 million, which was our best estimate at the time, we felt a little bit of angst about that. So I think we're just trying to be respectful of competing priorities.
So what would your total one-time projects be buried in all this?
Our capital request had been quite high. Initially, we had outlined almost $20 million worth of capital projects, and none of that was included. we have been reassessing what our kind of most critical priorities are in the capital realm, and it's critical maintenance of our facilities. We have 7 colleges across the state. Many of them were built in the 1960s. These require just ongoing kind of attention and specific projects like rooftop units and boilers and roofs and some energy efficient upgrades such as windows. As outlined on slide 6, we have kind of trimmed that to a $6 million ask for that work. You can see that in the first bullet point.
Is that per year or for the biennium?
That would be for the biennium.
Okay, thank you. Question, Dan? Go ahead.
Wouldn't the solar projects for energy efficiency fall in the same category that Chairman Emerick was asking about?
Yes, they would.
So now we are looking at, 15.6 for the critical maintenance and the 9 requested for efficiency.
Yes, the 6 for critical maintenance is really
Critical.
critical and timely, right? The solar projects are something that we would really love to be able to do because that would help not just our campuses address utility costs, but it would have broader effects on energy use in our regions, right? If we were able to mount solar arrays that could generate a lot of energy, then that would reduce demand for other types of energy generation.
Quick follow-up. Do you have an estimate of the, savings that you will achieve by investing the 9 million in solar energy? Obviously, it's hard to predict electricity prices. I'll grant you that, and we cannot assume they're at the current levels, but do you have, a expectation that your operational costs will be reduced by a certain amount because of this investment?
Sorry, Scott Fields, Chief Operating Officer. We've estimated with the new energy contract that we've just signed, if we could do the solar array, we would produce roughly 50 to 60% of our energy consumption. Utility bills planned for this year are over $3 million. So over time, that would pay off in 4 to 5 years.
So if I understand correctly, you're saying about half of your bill would be cut. So we are looking at 1 to 1.5 million at the current rates, which again, change.
Well, we've locked into a contract for the current rate, so that would be
Right. And
fairly static.
what's the life expectation of the solar panels?
I'm sorry?
What's the life expectancy of the solar panels?
We did preliminary research, and it was, I'd have to go back and double check, but it's at least
Ballpark.
15.
And one last clarification. Actually, I lost my train of thought. I yield.
Thank you. Is this for all campuses or all campus? Thank you.
Oh, I remember.
Just a concern of mine, enrollment. You have a number of facilities. Are they used to full capacity? I think what you're doing in Conway is a great idea. I hate to see a lot of money invested in facilities that might end up for sale at some future date. So where are you in terms of your enrollment, and how, based on that, what are the real needs in terms of your actual structures?
So you're correct. The long-term trend for physical enrollment on our campuses has been down. Part of what we're looking at is how do we make our campuses more accessible for other purposes? Find partners whose work is compatible with ours and that will bring more value and more activity to the campus, more value to the community. As an example, in Littleton, another part of White Mountains Community College, there's a Head Start program and a New Hampshire Employment Security Office on that campus. We're looking for similar partnerships that bring value to the state and to the communities that we serve by co-locating those kinds of offices. So we don't envision giving up the campuses we have. We're trying to revitalize them to make them more useful, more impactful in those ways.
If I could just add, in our original capital request, which we developed almost a year ago, the timetable of the state capital budget process goes back that far. We had some requests in there that related to specific buildings and renovations. Those are not in what you see before you today. in part for that very reason. We are in a process of kind of reimagining how we're going to be using our space, given a greater shift to online education, given a number of different factors. So we're not attempting to kind of bring those projects forward right now. What we're focusing on right now are keeping our buildings basically sound.
Okay, thank you.
Joe?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here again. One question I had is a dumb question. What's SO New Hampshire or SONH? Oh, I'm sorry. That's probably too obvious. Yeah, you got some other questions too. Is there any talk of combining CTE with community college system? Because we're heading in that direction, but that would seem to be an all logical move, because like welding, once you know welding, even in high school, it goes right into the community college system. I mean, once you know how to weld, you know how to weld.
Well, I know Commissioner Edelblut has talked about some potential joint facilities in the future that would be an efficient use of resources. And recently we've spoken on behalf of NHTI, have spoken with the Concord Regional Technical Center about the possibility of co-location and collaboration around specifically their program. So the opportunities are there, and some of that is already happening. I expect we'll see more of it over time.
Like follow up. Capital reserve funds, in school districts, we use capital reserve funds because you don't replace a roof every year. I mean, you're going to have several roofs in the future. Can you use capital? Do we have a system in the state to, put money away for those timely endeavors?
We do have reserves, yes. Specific to capital reserves or general reserves?
General reserves are 50 million.
Everything. So it's not earmarked as capital reserves. It's a broader bucket.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I remembered what my last question on the electricity was. What's the duration of the fixed rate contract you're currently in? 5 years. I'll repeat the answer so we don't have to move people around. And I would really appreciate, I don't know if I missed that. I'm looking on slide 4. In the bottom table, there is a freeze tuition for the next 2 years and the tuition reset to bring down the cost of education. I understand the freeze tuition, but I'm not sure I understand the tuition reset line.
So the original proposal, when we were trying to figure out how we could bring a promise program, what's sometimes called free
the one.
college.
I got it.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, the wording didn't tie that. Thank you.
Thank you. What are the qualifications for someone that teaches in the community college system? And like a welder, do you have to have a degree or just have the knowledge to teach?
Yeah, typically, there's a requirement for, depending on discipline, to be a master's degree or above in the discipline. In the case of specialized knowledge, automotive or welding, it's going to be more industry certifications, but also with experience teaching some demonstrated competencies as an educator.
Thank you. As you know, I did that for a living for about a decade in the IT field. It was exactly that process. And for the record, when I got hired, some of the training centers, universities, actually ask you to, present in front of their audience to determine whether you can teach, not only whether you can master the topic. So while requirements may vary, they're generally very effective in determining who's going to do a good job. So, those are the type of programs I think are very beneficial. Do you have any statistics in terms of what's the impact, the positive impact on the people that take them? Are you looking at their, do they get better job opportunities? Do they get a raise? Is there any kind of outcome, information to help explain why those investments really pay off for the taxpayers?
I wish I could give you a specific set of statistics. I think when we spoke the first time when we joined the committee, mentioned, for instance, 3,200 nurses, registered nurses prepared by the community college system over the last 12 years. At least 4, and we're waiting for the data on the 5th year to see if New Hampshire continues to have the highest national pass rate on NCLEX licensures. So, whether it's automotive, we can go field by field, and we've prepared roughly 1,000 welders with certifications and advanced certifications over the last 12 years as well. We can go career area by career area and look at the earnings for people in those fields and demonstrate that value, but I don't have a concise chart that I can point to.
If just as a quick follow-up, obviously, it would be very useful if even something brief could be prepared and shared with us, because it's good to be able to show the return on that investment, to be able to justify an investment, and it would be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shipyard, do you work with them, to further because there's a lot of use for what you teach?
For a number of years, Great Bay Community College has had a partnership with Portsmouth Naval Shipyard.
And does that, do you work concurrently, or do you teach and then, or do they get in your program and then, because they have an apprenticeship program of their own. Do you work within that program?
I guess I would say it's parallel. It's not their apprenticeship program, but we provide education, professional development for some of their workforce.
I'm just going to talk about 2 universes that are starting to cross. You're talking about facility utilization. If you go to Health and Human Services, they're talking about decentralization. I know that the developmentally disabled community has 7 regions distributed around the state, and they have developed mental health emergency units that go out into the areas. So my thought process, and this is where the 2 universes cross, is get together with whoever it is in Health and Human Services that needs locations, and you may find a new tenant.
We are having conversations. Our Rochester facility is currently hosting career counselors from DHHS, for instance. Those are the kinds of partnerships that we think are helpful for us to establish, and we'll continue to explore those.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about expand workforce credential programs? I think that and could you relate that to, would that be income driving for your programs?
They would be. Currently, most of our workforce related programs are break even roughly. Medical assisting, LNA type programs, but also trying to think of some of the other examples. Do a lot of training on things like Excel, basically office tools for people already in the workforce. But almost anything we currently do on a credit basis, and I'll offer the example earlier, we currently offer a CDL program as a credit-based program through White Mountains Community College. That could be turned into a non-credit workforce program with a more concise timeline to allow people to be up and running more quickly.
Just as a follow-up, actually, to build on what you were asking about, our mental health centers are really struggling. Do you offer programs that would produce workers? The whole problem is we have a shortage of workforce, quite frankly. But in preparing people to work in the field of mental health, because that's really an area that's problematic right now.
We do. We have certified community support workers. We have programs with substance misuse and recovery, programs along those lines. And again, we also have the potential to build programs that would align with those needs, particularly for frontline workers.
So that potential would cost 1.5 million?
Well, we thought that was a reasonable investment to request to allow us to begin to scale those kinds of programs. It's potentially a limitless opportunity, but we were trying to make sure that we could do it in a way that reflected quality and allowed us to focus on what we could do well.
Well, I have the floor. Can I have one more? Of course, my love is Running Start. I believe it's a way to get a pathway to your programs. And it's really cost effective for our students in terms of reducing the 4-year cost of their education. So by increasing how many more students would you be able to offer scholarships to with the 3.25 million?
Well, in a typical year, we're serving about 8,000 students through that program. The increase in funding that we're looking at, potentially an additional 2,000 to 4,000 students. Though I want to qualify, because part of the way this is structured is that students could take more classes, so it may not be 2,000 to 4,000 more students. It may be 1,000 or 2,000 more students, but those students having opportunity, at least some of them, to take more courses than they currently have.
And the cost continues at 150 for those choosing to pay for the program.
Correct.
Thank you.
Two quick questions. I missed something around the Board of Trustees and the retirement plans. They have authority to make decisions. What decision?
Well, presently in statute, that's something that has to be negotiated, whether or not employees represented by collective bargaining agreements will choose an alternative plan. For our staff who are represented by the SCA, they several years ago introduced that as an option, that they can choose either the state employee retirement system or a program administered by a private provider, a 403B plan. For our full-time faculty, there's no option, and the only option is the state employee retirement system. This would give the Board of Trustees the authority to make a decision that that is an option.
What's the option?
An alternative plan to the state employee retirement system.
So it's offering the faculty an alternative plan. Okay.
Or I want to be clear, I haven't seen the precise language, but if it falls, it could be that the board would have the authority to make a decision that after a certain date, newly hired employees would have only that alternative option.
And I think the university system opted out of the state plan 2 years ago, 3 years ago, something like that.
I don't know that the university system has been in that plan, if ever, certainly for decades.
Okay. I was in Division 1 before, and there was some of this in HB2 having to do with UNH, and I can't remember what the machinations were all about, but it doesn't matter now.
The only I can think of one element that would have come up, but I don't know that it's germane.
Yeah, my other question, I always think I ask this. Some of the areas in which you train people, which are critical, the early childhood, the nursing, they're still underpaid. And it's a blessing to them that they have an alternative to go with you, as opposed to, I always go back to the Dartmouth student who all she wanted to do was teach Pilates and ended up with, $160,000 of debt. What can you do as advocates for increasing salary ranges, or, what can you do to help these students that you're training to go into basically what I still consider to be low-income jobs?
I'll be honest, say there may be limits on what we can do, but what we're trying to do is manage the pieces we can control. If we can help people get the foundation that they need to pursue the career they care about without incurring the expense or the debt that accompanies it, we're at least creating the opportunity that for the subsequent education they may need to progress in that field, that they're not saddled with the earlier debt that may be a barrier. So our efforts are to try and enable as much forward motion as we can within our scope of ability.
Thank you.
If I may shed a bit more light on this situation, when I worked, taught those classes. I worked for both private training centers and public universities that had these types of programs. None of them had to directly advocate for their graduates to get higher wages because what they did in improving their skills made them significantly more valuable. And frankly, that may lead to people going out of state to get a higher paid job. But people who are highly skilled have access to, better jobs without the need for the entity who trains them to take care of that. But by giving them the skills, we are empowering them to negotiate and get into the right situation for themselves. And I think that's a highly valuable, effort. And I think doing that makes much more difference than you would possibly make by, lobbying for this or that. So.
How much land do you have or the ability to expand? I really, I want to comment on the Great Bay use of the old buildings on the mall and on the Milton Road. I mean, that's a great repurpose of and it fits almost perfectly with the high school, Spalding High School in Rochester. I mean, that's brilliant as far as I'm concerned. But how much other properties, and going along with Chairman Emmerich here, some of these could be you could expand, so DHHS could co-locate with you and save the state money and DHHS money.
It's going to vary by college around the state and particular location. I'll tell you that the place where we've spent the most time discussing this happens to be NHTI, the largest physical footprint of any of our colleges, and has great potential for reallocation of space. I spoke with Patrick Tompkins, the new president of NHTI, this morning about this, and they are looking at the physical footprint they currently occupy, how they're using that space, and the intent is to figure out, is there a way to bring their primary uses of the space together more cohesively to free up other parts of the campus for other purposes. And again, whether it's state agencies or nonprofit agencies or other organizations whose missions are complementary to the work that we do that would make more impact for those communities, we see real potential there. I will say I had reached out to Commissioner Arlinghouse to acknowledge that the state has right of first refusal on anything that we have. And for me, that's probably one of the best opportunities to partner with the state to see if there's some co-locations that are beneficial.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have declining enrollments across the state. Your numbers are down over 5%.
Over what period of time?
Or, well, COVID has hurt a lot of
Yeah.
people. What, if asked, what would convince my constituents that we should invest more money? I mean, because the governor's budget, that is a good amount. For which I was very happy to see it. What would convince my constituents to want to invest more money in a system that right now is not busting at the seams and actually has slowed down a bit?
Well, I think I shared in our first meeting that's a national trend, and it's been going on for 12 years since the end of the last Great Recession, 2011. You can see a peak in community college enrollments, and then the trend has been down. But the need is not less, and it's not about the demographics of fewer 18-year-olds in high school. One of the things that we saw with the pandemic, not just how acutely disruptive it was to the lives of students who attend community colleges, but to everybody, it required the rapid scaling up of different kinds of occupations. It required people to change the way they worked and what they were doing. Our vision over time for the non-traditional, the adult learner, is that the need for education is actually going to grow. And it's not going to be the 2 or 4 years of college that you have after high school that sets your path for the rest of your life. It's the education that you need that's accessible in an ongoing basis as your life changes, as industry, let's hope for not another pandemic, but industries change, technology changes, people's lives and interests and abilities change, and they've got to be able to prepare for that. So we are trying to reorient the way that we serve that part of the universe of learners who are not 18 and 19 coming out of high school. Having said that, the other part of our work is more foundational, helping students get that good start. So the dual enrollment to allow academically motivated students to rise to that challenge and maintain the passion for learning that will set a course for the rest of their lives. To help those students and their families who are facing challenges with affordability, and not just the neediest families, but the middle class family who is not going to get federal aid to manage the cost of post-secondary education, whether that's a certificate in welding, whether that's a degree, whether that's a path to medicine, whatever it happens to be, we're trying to manage that as well. I think I shared in our first meeting the most recent data from the Department of Education. 22% of the students in this state are eligible for free and reduced lunch. That number is more than 1 in 5, and it's more than that here in Concord, much more than that in Manchester, Rochester, Laconia, Berlin, Nashua. You can go around the state and find communities where that affordability for post-secondary education or for life is an increasing pressure on this state. If it's a barrier to people engaging in the workforce because they can't get the education that allows them to pursue those opportunities, that's going to be detrimental to them, but it's going to be really detrimental to this state. You can automate a lot of things, you can outsource some things, but so much of what we're going to need in this state in healthcare, in human services, in travel and tourism here in this state can't be outsourced, can't be replaced by technology. And we've got to find ways to have opportunities for people to be engaged in what's here in New Hampshire. So from my vantage point, the demographics and the trend lines have been down, but it's only because we haven't been able to reorient our focus on where there's a growing need that we've got to meet.
Advertising. I don't see a lot of advertising in the community college system. And you look at Southern New Hampshire, I mean, they're flush with money, and I mean, you go across the country and you'll see an ad for them. What are your plans to get your message out?
Well, let me say that our best endorsement are our graduates. And you walk into any hospital and you don't go far before you've run into one of our folks. If you need to have a vehicle serviced in the state, pretty good chance you're going to have one of our graduates working on your car. And go through almost anything that people need in New Hampshire, and it's word of mouth. I said earlier, we want to be respectful in the budget process of what we ask for. We're also fairly frugal about how we tell our story, and maybe a little bit, too subtle, but it's a resource question.
Right. Well, I just want to make a comment. When I get service from, kids, or, I mean, everybody's a kid to me, I guess. I'm so old. But, I'm very proud to, especially in HTI. I mean, you see some kids that really are really outstanding at what they do, radiology for one, or a nurse. I mean, it's dental hygienist. I mean, every place you go, it seems so you run into a community college student, and that's very refreshing.
I should add one other point, which is that if you're not seeing our ads, that's probably because you're not our primary demographic. And I should acknowledge that more of what we do is digital, and it's in places where we know we're going to find the people who are looking for us. So it's no offense, and we're happy to have you as a student. Then maybe we've got to find your
Thank you. So just to build up on Representative Heath's questions about, what we can do. I find that training has to be in person to really truly be effective. We've all seen the impact that COVID had on our students of all ages, from K to grad to college students to everybody. There are times and places where, you know, remote learning is possible and works fine. I mean, God knows, I took some of my CPA credits. I took accounting classes from LSU remotely, and there are times when it works. But the vast majority of these career-changing type classes only work in person. And, you know, there are certain places where technology can help you be more effective and whatnot, but there is no replacement for that person in that classroom that is an expert on that topic teaching students in person. And seriously, I think that the impact on the people who need to change their careers, and you help them be successful in a different field, because those changes keep happening. Industries restructure all the time. Being able to help people like that is a huge plus to the state, and we really need to make sure those capabilities remain there. Thank you.
Thank you. Since you brought up lifelong learning, it seems community colleges, there was a strong connection with lifelong learning and the community college system. And with all the challenges that you're facing and the workforce issues that you're facing, it seems community colleges have moved a little bit away from that, which I think, you know, it's to a benefit of the state with regards to workforce, perhaps. But can you speak a little bit to what you offer in the traditional lifelong learning path, or so that Representative Petrie can take a course or two?
Well, again, a lot of that is in non-credit space, and it does tend to be career focused, but we continue to offer a broad spectrum of curriculum for people who simply want to be engaged, and we make it affordable and accessible in physical locations around the state. I'm not sure I can offer you a more complete answer than that.
Thank you. So I want to go back to the child care workforce slash developmental discussion that we had. I guess that was last week or a little longer ago. So I recall that you had spoken about the, you know, complexity and like multi-step tuition program or educational program for early childhood development. And I remember you saying one of the challenges was that, you know, students who start that pipeline may find it difficult to finish the pipeline because of the increased coursework and those costs. If that is correct to my memory, could you speak about what this new, you know, budget proposal will be doing for that kind of complex problem, and what you hope to see from this, you know, increased funding?
Sure. We'll bring forward a more complete proposal if funding is approved, but the basic concept is that right now there are grant programs that cover certain parts of the program, certain courses, but not all of the courses. And they also have a significant work requirement that goes with it. And those two things together seem to be impediments to students actually being able to complete the program. So the additional funding fills in some of the funding gaps and also would allow students to back off of some of the employment work so they could focus on the school portion of it to complete the degree. So it's not devoid of the experiential learning or the hands-on component, but it creates, I think, a better balance and more seamless. We administratively can handle the back end of ensuring that the student makes progress rather than the student having to figure out which courses are covered, how they're going to fund the other courses that are not.
Mr. Chair, could I just finish that thought with a would you believe? I think that's going to be really helpful for trying to, you know, chip away at our childcare crisis here in the state of New Hampshire by providing a little more help for students to get through that tuition program.
If that was a statement, then I agree. If that was a question, I'd be happy to respond. I agree.
Thank you. Just a quick question. We have a growing number of children with disabilities and specifically autism. The community colleges are a great opportunity for many of those students. Do you have support systems in place? Because academically, many children with autism can achieve at high levels, but they need some social supports. What's available for a student with a disability at the community college?
Each campus has a coordinator responsible for identifying accommodations for students with appropriate documentation. As you probably know, there's difference between post-secondary and K through 12, and the onus is on the student to bring forward the documentation. We are in some cases working with campus resources, in some cases Voc Rehab, to put together supports for the student. But again, it's case by case, and I agree with your observation. A lot of the students run into barriers that keep them from reaching our doors. We'd like to see more reach.
Thank you. To follow up on Representative Heath, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the MET program. It's a mentoring program, and I went to a CSG summit down in Rhode Island, and they had a mentoring program where like this one autistic student was following a civil engineer. Now they don't have a physical classroom, but it's almost like a directed study, and they formulate a plan. And I mean, this kid was awesome. I mean, he really, he gave the keynote speech, to the group. And I mean, NEA national president was here, AFT was there, and I mean, it would be nice if we could come up. And actually, the teacher that came up with this program, he was actually a teacher in Winchester, and but he devised it, and it's now in 68. They have 68 schools around the world to do this. But the mentoring side is what, I don't know if you could come up with something like that, or do you have something like that?
Nothing specific I can respond to, sir.
I just had a follow-up question on the point brought that by Representative Heath on, kids with young adults with disabilities. I would assume, but I want to double check that part of the services you offer them is to try to help them find the fields where their limitations would not prevent them from achieving their potential, because I can think of specific types of conditions that would definitely be a huge impediment into one career, but wouldn't be an impediment in one. So are you, do they have access to the, kind of counseling and support to find the right match? Because they need more support than, people who are not challenged that way.
Yeah, we have advisors to assist students, but I don't want to suggest that we've got folks who's, that's their exclusive focus. And to a large extent, is that the students find their way to us with somebody having helped them find the path to us where we can then deliver the program.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your presentation, and we look forward to HB2 being translated, so we'll know what's going on, to see what additional it might be in there.
As do we. Thank you, sir.
Thank
you all.
Okay, we got about 2 minutes, so if you want to take a quick break.
Everybody wake up.
Right.
Have you ever heard of him? Have you ever heard of Lickey? He was a teacher. Makes other taxes more expensive.
Okay, in order to be on schedule, we need to get underway. We welcome University System of New Hampshire. And we're going to talk some business.
That we are.
And I'll turn the floor over to you. Red, just
On. Okay. Why don't we start by introducing ourselves? Kath?
Good morning. Good to see you folks all again. Tom Cronin and I were here last Thursday. My name's Kathy Preventure. I serve as the Chief Administrative Officer and Vice Chancellor of Finance for our state's university system.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Jim Dean. I'm the president of the University of New Hampshire and interim chancellor for the USNH system. Been here for about 5 years now. Five years and I'm still what? Oh, well, no, that's a much longer story, sir. I'm not interim as president, only as chancellor. So we have some materials that we've handed out to you, so you'll have some leave behinds and a sense of what it is that we're here to talk about. So starting on page 2 of our deck, one of the things that we wanted to let you know about is that the system, the University System of New Hampshire, has not increased tuition for in-state students for 5 years. We've held tuition flat for 5 years. And of course, what that means with inflation is that we've actually decreased tuition in real terms. It's something we're really proud of because we think as a public university system, we need to be really cognizant of the needs, especially of the students who are not affluent, the poor and middle class students. And we believe that holding tuition flat for 5 years has really made it more affordable for them to stay in New Hampshire and to get their education. The way that, yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Will the increase in Pell Grants, how much will that help you?
The increase that the federal government's talking about,
Correct.
that will significantly help
I
Pell
mean, how much,
recipients.
do you have a number or have you thought about it, overall?
No, I'll have to get back to you on that. But yet we have done analysis. I just don't have it with me, Representative. But yes, that would significantly help Pell recipients.
So okay, that's fine. So on page 3, the way that we've been able to keep tuition flat over that period of time is through some pretty significant reduction in expenses. As you can see on page 3, $50 million in total operating expenses between fiscal 19 and fiscal 22, coming both from employee compensation and from other operating expenses. And the reason we raise this is that we're coming to the state asking for additional funding. And I think you would be well within your rights to say, well, how have you handled the money that you've already gotten? And are you acting responsibly with respect to that? And I think it's clear that we are. When I came in as president of UNH and then collaborating with Kathy and the other presidents across the system, we took a really hard look at our expenses and said, are there ways that we can operate more effectively? And we've actually done quite a bit of cutting, not by just saying 5% here or 10% there, but looking at how we do things, including some consolidation of services, for example, across the universities that we had not really done before. So we're very proud of the reduction in costs that we've been able to get over the past few years. I think they're really unprecedented. And as you can see at the bottom of page 3, we're spending less than the average New England institution on students. So we do that kind of benchmarking to make sure that we're staying competitive.
On operational expenses.
Operational expenses, yes, exactly. Then as you go to page 4, stating, I'm sure the obvious, but we thought we should probably put that in there, that we are, of course, experiencing inflation, and that we have been able to reduce expenses, hold tuition flat, and to increase financial aid over that period of time, despite inflation, $15 million plus inflationary impact. what we're really about in the university system is providing people for the workforce of New Hampshire. That is really the central mission that we have. I would be preaching to the converted to tell you that there's a tremendous need for workforce in New Hampshire with every level of education up to and including university level degrees. Just as an example there on page 5 is a figure of graduates from the university system in New Hampshire working in New Hampshire in 2021. So nearly 20,000 people there. We're collaborating, with over 2,000 partners within the state in terms of helping our students to do internships and to be hired by the employers of New Hampshire. And this last point on here, the 2X, and we'll probably say a little bit more about this later, we bring a lot of people in from out of state to educate, and many of them will stay. We probably are more responsible for bringing more people in from out of state into the economy of New Hampshire than anyone else is. And if we can get them to complete an internship in New Hampshire, they're twice as likely to stay, which is what we absolutely want them to do. And for that reason, we enjoy a tremendous amount of support from the business community, specifically the Business and Industry Association, which is very much, and I think we've got a slide in here, very much in support of increased funding. So I think sometimes in the past, we haven't really told that story that we're bringing people from all over the country into the economy of New Hampshire, and we're trying to find a way to help them to stay and become part of our economy and part of our workforce.
Just one minute, Jim. I just want to back up on that number Jim mentioned, 20,000 new USNH graduates. That's only graduates who were from 2012 to 2020, because we're sharing information with the Department of Employment Security. So the number is significantly larger than that, right? It's just starting in 2012.
Just a very quick follow-up on the same exact topic. It's about 2,100 graduates a year that comes here. What's your average class size? I'm trying to figure out the percentage, not just the total number.
Across the university system, it's about 4,000
Thank you.
for one class. Okay.
So moving on then to page 6, we believe that we're doing some really important work supporting the economy and providing the professional workforce for the state. And we've been doing a lot. As I said, we've made tremendous strides in reducing expenses, both on the personnel side and on the non-personnel side. But we're not sure that we can continue to do it much longer without additional funding. It's getting harder and harder to do that, harder to keep tuition down, harder to have the resources to work with employers. And so we have avoided coming to you asking for additional funding, but we think we've done about everything we can to reduce our costs over the past few years. We'll continue to work on that. We still have task force doing that, but we've taken an awful lot of costs out of the university system over the past few years. And I feel really good about that and really, really proud about that. But we really need your help now to be able to continue to fulfill that mission of graduating students to help the New Hampshire workforce. As I've said, and now moving to page 7, we're really happy to have the support of the business community. Kathy and others just organized an event a couple of weeks ago where we had business leaders from around the state come and talk in support of the university system and what we're doing to try and provide employment. I joined the board of the Business and Industry Association because of my background as a business school dean. Those are sort of my people, so I feel really comfortable in that. And we're trying to find ways for the university system to be friendlier to the businesses in New Hampshire, and I think we've made a lot of progress with that. I've also formed my own business advisory council at UNH so that I have the business community within New Hampshire has my ear and the ear of the people at UNH. We think it's really central because those are the people that are doing the hiring and moving the workforce forward. So we're really grateful for the support of the Business and Industry Association. Moving to page 8, this is really to put our request in context. So you see the level of appropriations going back to fiscal year 2010 and out through fiscal year 2025. What we're trying to convey with this slide is we don't think that this is an outrageous kind of a request. what we're really asking is to get back to the level of funding that we had in 2011. And you can see that there was a 50% cut in our funding in 2011. If we are able to get the funding that we requested, we will be back to and slightly above discounting inflation. So forget inflation, just in terms of current dollars, where we were in 2011. Where we are now is about 11.5% lower in constant dollars than where we were in 2011. We believe that the state budget, and what's the term of art, Kathy?
General fund.
The general fund has increased by about 6% at least over that period of time. So there's now basically a 17-point gap between where we were in 2011 and where we are now. So we're not looking to be disproportionately funded. We just like to get back to where we were 12 years ago. And with that, I'll turn to Kathy to talk about the next couple of slides.
So on slide 9, I want to talk about what it is the university system is seeking with this additional funding. And it isn't to grow the cost structure or anything like that. It is primarily targeted to Plymouth and Keene, to provide resources for Plymouth and Keene, to build infrastructure for those internships that President Dean just mentioned, as well as other business partnerships in the Lakes region, North Country, and Monadnock region of the state. I think I might have mentioned last Thursday that UNH invested 5 or 6 years ago in building a pretty robust internship program. But frankly, Plymouth and Keene do not have the resources to do that, and we'd like to partner with the state so that we can increase that talent pipeline from Keene and Plymouth into those regions of the state that need it. And obviously Plymouth and Keene are economic anchors in their regions. The other part of the additional funding is also targeted to Plymouth and Keene to help Plymouth and Keene maintain the level of financial aid for New Hampshire students that it has now. We have the Granite Guarantee, where Pell eligible students attend our institutions with no tuition, and Plymouth and Keene need that to support so we can continue to compete on price and keep our New Hampshire students here. And then that last piece is relative to cooperative extension in fiscal 25. That will bring, I believe, will bring cooperative extension back to its 2011 levels. Cooperative extension has remarkable reach across every region of the Granite State. And to be able to use the research that's done at UNH to get that information out to Granite Staters is critically important. So that's the piece that's added in fiscal 25. We had requested $8 million. Now I'm on the Plymouth and Keene Strength and Workforce Partnerships. We had requested $8 million in fiscal 25, and the governor is recommending $3 million. So of our total request across the entire biennium, including the 3% efficiency and the additional prioritized needs, we had requested $199.4 million, and the governor is proposing $194.4 million. So he pulled back on that Strength and Workforce Partnerships at Plymouth and Keene.
And just because I know there's a lot of jargon in a lot of areas, is everybody, when we say Pell eligible, is that language everyone's familiar with? Right, so, okay. It's synonym for the poorest students, basically. Okay. So moving then to slide 10, one of the challenges we have is that so many New Hampshire students who go on to college leave the state in order to do it. And one of the reasons they do that is because of the relative price of universities outside the state versus inside the state. And we've tried to address that, as I've already said a couple of times, by trying to keep tuition flat. And here's where the narrative that people believe about tuition is really not any longer accurate. So I mean, you've probably heard double-digit increases beyond inflation and so on. So that may be true in some places, but at the university system, the increase has been 0 for 5 years. And if you take into consideration inflation, I can't do that math in my head, but it's probably a 10% drop, 5% drop, some number like that. So that's something to really be proud of. I know that New Hampshire as a state prides itself on being cost conscious and frugal and efficient. And I think it's fair to say that your state university system is actually really an important part of that. If we are able to get additional funding from the state, then we will be able to continue the tuition freeze, making it more competitive for students to be able to come here, to stay here in New Hampshire. And as I'll go off script here for a second and just say that as president of the University of New Hampshire, one of the practices which I've enjoyed the most is I have office hours for students. And so I've spent lots and lots of time in my office with students. It's 20 minutes per student. And I've learned an awful lot from them. And, you know, I would say if there's one thing that binds them together is that we don't really have students, with relatively few exceptions, who come from affluent backgrounds. They're working class kids, middle class kids, in some cases really poor kids, but they come to the university to work and to develop themselves and to make something of themselves. And there's tens of thousands of them out in the economy now who have started from modest circumstances, and we've given them the opportunity. No institution can make someone successful. All we can do is give them the opportunity, and I'm just as pleased as I can be to see them become successful. And one of the privileges of being a president is that you almost can, it's almost like you have the ability to fast forward, because I'll have a student in my office in the morning who comes from a town somewhere in New Hampshire, and then in the afternoon, I may go to see an alum who's 20 years older than that, and I see that they've become successful, and I know that's the story, and that's what we're helping to do. Again, they're doing it themselves, but we're giving them the opportunity to do it, and that's the kind of support that we're hoping that you can help us to continue.
A very quick question, since we're talking about the number of students that graduate. How many of your students in an average class are New Hampshire residents, and how many come from out of state to study here? Just ballpark. I'm not looking. Out of the about 4,000 graduates, how many of them were New Hampshire residents? How many of them were out of state students who just came to study here?
Across the university
Yeah.
system, it's about a 50-50 split.
Thank you.
So on slide 11, I think we've talked about this a little bit already, that we are really important in terms of bringing in students from out of state and trying to get them to stay in New Hampshire to be part of our employment, that the internships make a big difference. These students come in from out of state. If they get the internship, they're twice as likely to stay. And so this funding would help us to have more internships for students, which means more workers for the workforce of New Hampshire. And also, just in passing, I want to mention that, of course, each of the universities are important economically for the regions that we serve, but I think it's particularly important to think about Plymouth State University and Keene State College. If I try to think about what those regions would be like if those institutions were to fail, it's really a nightmare to think about that. And so this is one of the other reasons that we really have put Keene and Plymouth in first place in terms of getting funding from this initiative, because those regions are so dependent on those institutions, and those institutions are a bit fragile at the moment. We talk a little bit on page 12 about cooperative extension. As you know, the University of New Hampshire is a land-grant institution, which means that cooperative extension is central to our mission. Our mission in 1866, when we were formed, was to educate the children of farmers to become effective in farming, and also the mechanical arts. By coincidence, it's 2023. We are 100 years from when the name was changed to the University of New Hampshire. We're very proud of that. We're going to do some celebrations of that this year, but we've really never lost track of that original mission. Many of our students come from rural areas. We have a very active partnership with 4-H. They visit us each year and do a lot of work with our faculty. We continue to have programs both for horses and cows. dairy barns and the horse barn. And so that really continues, but extension goes well beyond that. So extension is working around the state. As it says on the slide, we touch over 20,000 people a year in New Hampshire. And recently, just within the last couple of months, a tour that our colleague Tom Cronin helped to organize, we visited places all over New Hampshire, including two, I say municipalities because one's a town and one's a city, Rochester and Franklin. And our extension teams are working with them to do economic redevelopment in those areas and help those towns to recreate their economies after they've lost some of the industries that had kept them going for so long. So extension, while you might think about what's my soil like and what kind of seeds do I need, and we still do all of that, but it really goes well beyond that as well, and something we're very proud of. Extension helps us to address some of the most important challenges that the state is facing: aging, substance abuse, and so on, mental health kinds of things. We have a really capable leader in that area, Ken LaValle, who is just a bundle of energy, and it would be really great to give them some additional help. They also are at funding levels that are beneath the 2011 levels of funding. So in summary, as we get to, well, we have not quite in summary yet, but I do think that this page 13 is a bit of a summary. That additional funding will help us to support the workforce needs and the quality of life in New Hampshire, help us to increase aid to retain New Hampshire high school graduates, support for business collaboration to train and retain USNH graduates, and also support to address the health and well-being challenges of our residents. This is really what we're looking for support to be able to do.
And
I'm going to take a breath and maybe turn it over to you. for
Sure. So,
something.
and that's the request that's in House Bill 1. We did, I was listening to the governor's address to House Finance yesterday, and we haven't seen House Bill 2 yet, but there are a couple, yeah, the governor did mention a couple of projects for the university that are in House Bill 2. So we wanted to mention those as well. And now that Jim has had an opportunity to take a breath, on page 14, an $8 million investment in the Whittemore Center. The Whittemore Center has quite a bit of deferred maintenance. If you're ever interested, love to have you over for a tour. The $8 million state investment, I think we're thinking about is a public-private university partnership that the university would put dollars in, donors would put dollars in, and the state would put dollars in to have a center that the state can be proud of, a facility that D1 hockey players would be proud of. It's used by more than the UNH hockey team, and really to build pride in the state and the university. So that's the Whittemore Center.
Thank you. I was being facetious yesterday when I asked about why not football. But the Whittemore Center has been a splendid resource for our high schools and for all our teams for many, many reasons. I've gone to the Whittemore Center for all kinds of, not just hockey, but many, many things. So I know that it's possible to use that as a revenue generating facility. Is it? And how does that work? And are you trying to promote that more?
That's an excellent question. Thank you so much. Yes, and it has been used for a number of things. We actually are asking that question on campus now, and we're utilizing our business school faculty and students to do an analysis to see what revenue opportunities there are. Some of the people, some of our alums who are contributing funding to this are also saying, let's see what else we can do to generate more revenue. So you're in good company with that idea. One other, and this is, I'm sorry, well, maybe I'll just finish that detail and then go to you. So one last thing I wanted to say about the Whittemore Center is that you may or may not know this. I'm never clear how well these stories get out, but one of the elements of the university that we're incredibly proud of is called Northeast Passage. And Northeast Passage is an organization that's part of UNH that facilitates participation in athletic competition by people who have one sort of disability or handicap or another. And hockey is actually one of the activities that not only that they enjoy, but that we have helped to train a number of sled hockey athletes who have competed at the international level and the Olympics and so on. But that's the small number. The biggest number are just out there enjoying being able to exercise. Part of this renovation would allow the Northeast Passage hockey players to be able to use the locker room at Whitmore Center so that they could use the ice at the Whitmore Center. And they're really quite inspiring. So I just wanted to mention that. And sorry, sir, I didn't.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Normally, a building project, we see in HB 2025, and almost half of HB 25 is involved with college buildings. It's unusual to have this in HB 2. And normally you raise a lot of this money yourself so that, and I remember almost 20 years ago when I was on the Higher Education Study Committee, and we went around to several campuses, and finally the board of UNH admitted they weren't spending enough on maintenance. And we were reluctant to keep giving them new buildings if they weren't taking care of the ones we already gave them. So they decided at that time, like, I don't know, it was 95 or something, that, yeah, they did need to spend more in maintenance instead of letting a building deteriorate and then say, you need to replace it. So I don't know if that's still ongoing, but normally construction projects end up in HB 25. So
Thank you for the question, Representative Weiler. Just a point of clarification. It's my understanding that half of the state's capital budget is not going to college and universities. I don't know how much the general fund portion or the bonded portion is this year in HB 25, but if it's around 125 million, I think the university system is allocated 17 million. And I can only speak, I have been at the university system for almost 9 years.
I've missed you.
Thank you, Representative. And on your question about deferred maintenance, we've had a requirement probably for the past 7+ years. Our annual capital budget at the university system, of the university system funds, is about $65 million. And where that comes from is that's the amount of depreciation that we have each year on our buildings. So it makes sense that you reinvest that in your capital plan for our programming. So when we think about, and this, we'd certainly have this conversation with House Public Works, I think we do in a couple of weeks. When you think about all the funding for the university system capital program, if the university system is contributing 25 and the state is contributing 8.5 because the 17 is over a 2-year period, there's some of it is bonded debt only for res halls and dining facilities. We cannot bond for our academic buildings. So anyway, I just wanted to give you background on our entire capital program, and we've now started, we have an assessment report done so that we can make sure that facilities are being kept up where they should be. I can tell you, not all of them are, because you have to prioritize. So on the question of HB2 versus HB 25, Representative, I don't have an answer for that.
Okay.
I believe from my time as state treasurer, most of what's in HB 25 that's general funded is bonded.
Yep.
And I believe the governor's intention in including this in HB 2 is that it not be bonded, it be funded with surplus that the state has generated. I mean, that's not to say you couldn't rethink HB 25, but that's what I'm thinking of the HB 2 versus HB 25.
Sorry, I was a little off. I'm going back a few years on HB 25, but I haven't looked at it in deep for a while, but I remember at one point it did seem like almost half the buildings.
For many, many years, there was a program, we're getting in the weeds here a little bit, but there was a program called KEEP. It was an acronym for knowledge, and the state was funding, I believe, $30 million each biennium for university system academic buildings. That was peeled back significantly, maybe when it ended in 13 or 14. It could be. Then when we came out of the gate, it was 3 million over a 2-year period. So in the upcoming biennium, it is 17 million over the biennium, and so happy to talk more about the capital, but that's where we are now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking the questions. You already know that finance is the most weed-friendly committee, so don't be afraid of the weeds. A quick question on the Whittemore Center project. We are obviously asking for 8 million from the state budget. Could you just give me a rough breakdown of where the other 22 million will be coming from? Source of funds?
Yeah, about $13 million of it will be coming from the university, and the rest would be coming from private donors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go back to Keene State and Plymouth and the difference between the 3 million that is in the second year of the biennium, and I've lost my page, and your request for the 8 million? Can you say what you do with that other $5 million in that second year?
We will do everything we can with the governor's recommended budget. At funding at the level that the university system requested, I think we could build out more robust programs for internships and partnerships with our business communities in those areas. We will do everything we can, but the $5 million reduction is significant. But I want to be clear that the university system is pleased with the increase that the governor has proposed. I've been around here quite a number of years, and we have not received meaningful, or sizable increases. We could do more if we had more. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the university system itself, what do we gain by being a university system versus, say, Plymouth and Keene and individual silos?
It's a really good question. I think that probably the biggest advantage is the opportunity to have services that are provided to all of the universities, as opposed to having to reproduce those services for each individual universities. So I'm not going to remember all of them, but probably the biggest ticket item right now is information technology. So we have one information technology organization that serves Keene, Plymouth, and UNH. And that wasn't always like that. In fact, 3-ish years ago, we made that change, which resulted in several $1 million in savings. We have, to my knowledge, always had a consolidated general counsel's office, well, for a long, long time, right? And we save a lot of money there versus having individual counsels for each one. We are increasingly centralizing human resources, which also results in savings so that we can have consistency of policies, but also have the economies of scale associated with HR working across the university systems. There's probably less tangible advantages about coordination of marketing and things like that, but the main thing would be provision of services in a centralized way that saves us a lot of money.
Just to give you very specific, so Plymouth and Keene and UNH, each issuing their own debt would make very little sense. Even payroll, my office is responsible for payroll, making sure there's enough money in the bank, coordinating all the treasury functions. If Plymouth and Keene and UNH each had to do all that, I think it would be highly inefficient. We're driving toward efficient. We have to drive toward more efficiency, and so I think that would not benefit certainly our smaller schools, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a comment. First of all, I want to just send accolades to you for working with Mike Skelton and the Chamber of Commerce. I really see the university system as kind of the engine for New Hampshire. We're an aging state. Our young population has declined significantly. We're in desperate need of employees. I live in Manchester. We're a hub for technology. And without the benefit of our university system, I don't know what we do. You are producing our future, and you're keeping so many students that come from outer state in our state because they're going to jobs that are so, and what Dean Kamen is doing is so remarkable. And I see what they're doing at UNH Manchester and the labs that they have in place. So I just want to say yay, because I am so pleased with, I've seen and learned your innovation center that you have on campus is something that I would encourage all of us to take a look at because it's just extraordinary. But I want to say thank you because I just feel like UNH is playing a significant role in the future of our state right now, more than ever before. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you again. I'd like to give you the opportunity to speak to how UNH is perceived outside of New Hampshire. One thing in particular, when you're hiring faculty, how many, when you make an offer to someone, how likely is that person going to come to teach at UNH as opposed to deciding to go to another university? But, you know, more generally, how is UNH perceived outside? Because you have some very unique and powerful programs at the university.
Oh, what an interesting question. Thank you. Thank you. So let me take the faculty one first. We have had a great deal of success in recruiting faculty to the university. I don't know that I've ever heard of a situation in which we've wanted to hire into a certain discipline and we've been unable to do that. Are we able to hire every single No, of course not, the people we make offers to. Disciplines are different. Some of them are much more competitive than others. If you take sadly, from my point of view, the humanities disciplines, there are fewer jobs available nationally for professors in the humanities. And so it's not at all unusual to get 150 applicants for a job in history or English or philosophy or what have you. And so, of course, we do very well in hiring in those areas. Then there's other areas where we have, and you've acknowledged this in your question, where we have a national and even an international reputation. So for example, in anything having to do with space, anything having to do with the ocean, we are among the world leaders in research and teaching in those spaces. And people really come and look to come to UNH to be able to work in those areas. I was mentioning in a previous conversation today that we had the NASA administrator, the head of NASA is called the administrator. I think that's funny, but that's his title. And so he came to visit with us a couple of years ago in conjunction with a very big grant that we've gotten, and had a morning of presentations, most of which featured our students. So the idea that you come to UNH, you're a student, and not just a graduate student, but an undergraduate student, you can present to the head of NASA about space plasma and other things that I don't understand. I think it's pretty great. So that really does attract. We just got a big grant on space plasma, so I can't wait to have them explain to me what exactly it is. I'm all for it because it was $250 million, so it must be good. So there's that. You know, because you have some background in this, that universities are really a collection of different disciplines, and it would be a different answer for each discipline. I'll, by coincidence, pick music and music education. We have a great reputation in there. Many of the music teachers across the state of New Hampshire come from the system, because Keene and Plymouth both also have really strong music education programs. We do as well. And I think that's something to be proud of. When I think of the kids learning about music and what that means, learning to play an instrument or learning about different kinds of music, I'm just really proud that we play a role in that. I mean, you don't make really much money being a music teacher, but you're doing really important work. I would say, to take the broader part of your question. We have never had a very big marketing budget at the university. In fact, the marketing budget for University of Southern New Hampshire dwarfs ours, which is why they have TV ads and a bus that runs around the country and so on. In fact, their budget, I believe, in the hundreds of millions of dollars just for marketing. So we're not going to do that. We're a public university. Having said that, we've recently recognized that we, in a competitive industry, and Kathy's talked about this, that we need to do a better job of getting our message out. So we have done a couple of things. We have a communications and marketing person at the system, and we've recently hired a senior person in marketing at the University of New Hampshire. And interestingly, while you would think marketing is about driving revenue, which of course it is, our new director of marketing has also said that we're not spending money as intelligently as we could. And so we're consolidating media buys and the kinds of things that professionals in that area do, which will both drive revenue and reduce cost and get our reputation out there a bit more. Sorry, long answer.
I just want to share a thought that I mentioned to Kathy last week, is that my sister lives in Colorado, and she thinks that the Southern New Hampshire University ads are for UNH. Just
Well, as long as she sends someone to UNH, I think that's perfectly fine. I mean, it is SNUH versus USNH. There's
I still get the USPS confused with UPS. So, but I was at, just as you reminded me of something, I was completely thrown off my feet when I was told that the development department at Ohio State University employs 600 people. How big is your development department?
okay.
It's less than 6.
Well, thanks for that. It's so we have there are very few people in development at either Keene or Plymouth, fewer than 10 in both places. UNH has a much bigger department, and the overall department is called advancement. That's the term of art they're using these days. And fundraising or development is a part of that, but also alumni relations is a part of that, and event management is a part of that as well. I would say we have a few dozen, sort of that. But I will say that is an area where we have been growing. So the head of advancement reports to me, and she has told me that once a development officer is up to speed, that he or she will generate as much as $2 million in revenue. They're paid nowhere near that. There's more than a 20-to-1 return on investment for that. And our numbers of fundraising have gone up every year for the last probably 10 years.
Thank you. The reason Southern New Hampshire is so successful is because of their online courses. Do you plan to go that pathway at all?
Yes, we already offer quite a number of online courses, and both the number of courses and the enrollment have really increased pretty dramatically over the past few years. It's interesting, and if I'm too far in the weeds, pull me back, but the market for online courses is mostly at the master's degree level. That's really the big area of growth. There are not that many undergraduate students who are interested in having a fully online experience. Many of the people who go to Southern New Hampshire are so-called degree completers. They're people who have some college and they want to finish. That's a really great market, and they've done, I think they're playing an important niche. I will say, just for your purposes, since you are helping to fund the university system, that the tuition at the University of Southern New Hampshire is much higher than our tuition, and their success rate of successful graduation is much, much lower. So you're paying more for something that is much less likely to get you a degree. And apologies to anyone who's connected.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm probably going to make Kathy cringe, but I'm going to say this piece that college tuition loans are the source of our latest demographic trend. Where are the young people? Well, the people that made the tuition loan so they could move safely into the middle class find they have such a burden They can't afford to get married sometimes. They can't afford a house, and they certainly can't afford to have children in many cases. So where are all the 18-year-olds? That generation didn't have them. And I remember 30 years ago, my daughter was in college. I was paying, and she's telling me about classmates going to borrow $600 on their line of credit to go on spring break. I mean, you need to have a class in financial responsibility and planning before you can go and get $100,000 worth of student
You can go
loans.
first if you want. I've got some data on this as well.
Thank you. For
We've
your-
had this
Thank you
discussion
for your
before.
question, Representative. I would say financial literacy should start well before someone is in college.
Yes.
When I was state treasurer, I advocated for that at the high school level, and it didn't go very far. So I would also point your attention to page 19. We provided some outcome data on the university system, and the university system has the lowest student loan default rate actually pretty much across the country. And what that tells, and our graduation rate compared to other publics in New England is the highest. That tells us that we have programs where people are graduating on time, they're able to pay down their debts, they've made an investment, they're paying it off. Again, part of our problem is the ability to compete on price. And now you're going to cringe, Representative, when I say this. And that, for New Hampshire residents, is directly related to the amount of state support that the university system receives.
Congratulations.
It was just how she was going to get there. It wasn't whether she was going to get there. Just a little broader answer on debt, as long as we're talking about that. So Kathy made the point that I wanted to make, which is that our debt repayment rate is actually really good. But just for general information, because people talk about college debt a lot, get in your mind what you think is the average amount of debt that college graduates have currently. Just think of a number in your mind. What'd you say? 40? Yeah. So the average is 30,000 nationally. The average is 30,000, and that includes, so this is a really important part, that includes both graduate school debt as well as undergraduate debt. The majority of debt is actually held by people who go to graduate school, including business school, like some of you in this room, medical school, and law school. And if you take that out, the average is actually quite a bit lower. Also, a lot of the debt is held by individuals who go to not-for-profit institutions as opposed to, for-profit institutions as opposed to not-profit. So it is a problem, but it's a different problem than people think. My daughter got an MBA, I suppose predictably enough, and she spent a bunch of money to do it, but she got a job that allows her to pay it back. That's okay. If you saw the series of Wall Street Journal articles about this, over the last year, you'll see that one of the big challenges is people getting master's degrees and paying $200,000 for the degree and then earning $40,000 a year. There's no planet on which that makes any sense. And I will say that the most elite schools in the country are some of the worst offenders. Yeah, you can look up Melissa Korn, Korn, wrote a series of articles about this for the Wall Street Journal. Really insightful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the chart that you referred to on page 19, there is that, fine print on the bottom, which is perfectly accurate, that the current low default rates are because of a lot of moratoriums and whatnot. Would you be able, after this, to maybe send us a chart from before COVID? Because that would be a bit more representative in terms of the, data.
Absolutely, and we've been on the bottom of this chart since I arrived. So I will definitely get that information.
I'm sure you are, but I want to see how much farther behind everybody else we get. And the other question was a bit earlier when we were talking about online programs, and I was mentioning in the early discussion with CCSNH that I had to get some accounting credits after I graduated to meet the requirements for my CPA. And I took remote learning classes with like LSU, where it was literally you got the books and then you had to study and you could ask minimal questions and then you had to have a proctored exam to, get your grade. I'm completely unaware of whether UNH does anything like that or not, and I would just appreciate a bit of background. It's not going to be a critical thing, but just curiosity and trying to see the full picture.
So yes, we do an awful lot in that area, and it's been growing quite a bit. And the kind of thing you're talking about is right down the middle of what education is in 2023. We'll get you some statistics on that.
Thank you.
It's large and growing.
I just want to have you to have an opportunity, so when you leave here, we'll know what your expectation would be if we could satisfy all your expectations. Because right now, I see a $5 million delta in the budgeted items, and then you've got these other items that are, I'm assuming, are hopefully in HB2. Have we covered everything so that if,
Yes, Representative, but if you could satisfy, if this committee could satisfy all of our expectations and needs, it would be $199.4 million in an operating grant over the biennium in House Bill 1, plus $8 million for the Whittemore Center and $1.5 million for the interoperability. It's called the Cryptocurrency Quality Assurance Center. That's in House Bill 2. Now, again, if there's conversation about changing the way House Bill 25 works, that's fine too. But that's the total ask.
okay.
Get the point she makes that the governor put it in HB.
Got to turn your mic on, Ken.
I get the point, the governor made the point in HB 2. He's considering a surplus fund, so he wants a straight pay rather than go in a one that gets bonded. So
Right.
now I remember the way he emphasized it. Thank you.
Okay.
You folks had some follow-up questions. I just wanted to make you aware when Tom and I were here last Thursday, in one of the appendices, we've added some answers to those questions. I just got some demographic information this morning. I can follow up with that. But some of the answers to your questions you can find in the appendix to this morning's information.
I have a question.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Endowments, and how much effect does that have on scholarship?
Okay, so if you go
Oh,
to
here we
page
go.
26,
There we go. All right.
you asked this question last week, Representative.
Thank you.
It's on the right side of that page, $6.2 million is going to scholarship for the university systems part of the endowment. There's another piece of this, though, that there are two endowments. The University of New Hampshire has its own foundation, and then the university system. So it's probably more around $10 million goes to scholarships from restricted endowments every year.
And endowments, in terms of philanthropic gifts to the university, the number one by far target for philanthropic gifts is scholarships. When we go out to donors, that's what we ask for. Make it easier for the kids to be able to afford college. And it's I don't want to say it's an easy sell, but it's a relatively easy sell. People want to make it easier for kids to be able to go.
The other, and you're probably all well aware of this, the other thing about endowments is that these scholarships are derived from earnings on the dollars that a donor gives. So it's called payout to purpose. We call it payout to purpose. And so about 4.5% gets paid out to purpose on an annual basis based on the 12-month rolling fair market value of the endowments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you for taking the many questions. If you look on your slide 24, the reward for answering a question from last week is that you get more questions asked. You are pointing out the number of graduates that enrolled out of state, and we were talking earlier about the graduation rates of the ones that stay in state. Do we have any data on the graduation rates of the New Hampshire high school graduates that go to out-of-state schools? I understand that may be very tough to put together, but do we have anything?
So I don't have graduation rates, but I just got this morning. Specific to your question last week about, well, has UMaine's strategy been effective? 61, now the numbers aren't giant, but 61% increase in the number of our New Hampshire high school grads went to UMaine in 2020 compared to 2010. Again, the numbers aren't really big. It's about, 40 more students, but I'll tell you, 40 New Hampshire students in a system of our size matters. So I would conclude, based on this information, that UMaine strategy has been effective.
Thank you for the follow-up. Appreciate it.
I know with donor advised funds, sometimes you get into a pickle because they're too restricted to, a blue-eyed Lithuanian who wants to study, something.
Wow.
Some of your scholarships go back quite a ways. Have you run into problems with scholarships that have been too restrictive, or even a scholarship that for a field that basically no longer exists after 100 years?
I wish we'd been raising money 100 years ago. Our efforts in development are actually quite a bit newer. It's an area of catch up for us. That's one of the reasons why you heard me say earlier I'm investing in development officers, is to try and play catch up. Yeah, we have that. If you have a situation like that, you sound like you've been around this just because of the language you're using. We'll go back to the representative of the donors. Sometimes it's children or grandchildren, and try to see if we can renegotiate it. There are also conventions about if there's no one that you can really contact, what you could reasonably do to interpret the donor's intent. And we do try to do that, because the worst thing is to have this money sitting there and you can't spend it. That's awful.
Well, and a number of years ago, we even went to probate court. That we, for just that reason, and there was no donor representative that we could reach out to.
The other thing that I would say was, and I'm sure you know this as well, we try to not have people give these really restrictive left-handed brown, but people want to do it, but you try to keep them from doing it because you can't spend the money. It's awful.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think
Thank
we
you all
don't-
for the time today. We really appreciate it.
Thank
Great
you
question.
very much.
Yes.
Daughter-in-law, she was collecting money from the endowment.
Oh,
There's a lot of famous people, like hockey players. and
Yeah,
whatever, that make
yeah.
a lot of money, and they'll donate 75 grand to the endowment. It's amazing.
Yeah.
She works for CMC now. That's what she does over there.
Well,
Matter of fact,
here we go.
her kids cost me money. They keep 54 O's, raise on
Okay, being 1 o'clock. We'll invite the Lottery Commission to. Ready for action. And we have just the one handout.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Charlie McIntyre, New Hampshire Lottery. With me is our Chief Financial Officer, Jim Durst. And it's a simple one-page handout. I'm a big fan of simple and visual. And that would be the handout you have, which is both. Obviously, it's a graph as well as a box of numbers. What it does is it reflects the revenue transfers to the state from the New Hampshire Lottery, as well as what that transfer costs the state in terms of operating expenses. If you can triple net revenue and not increase expenses in the private sector, that's called better than good. And so I would submit to you that we've been remarkably efficient with the people's money, and it has been reflected both in our expenses as well as our return to education. I would note that this year our transfer number was increased. Our current profit estimate for the year is now $170.8 million, which is an increase of $30 million to the Education Trust Fund, which is money you folks get to spend that we take no position on how you spend it.
That's a problem. You got too much money in the education trust.
Right. Stop for a while.
Slow down.
If you folks would stop sending us stuff to do, I could, I appreciate it, but certainly we try and do our best, as you can imagine. On a number of occasions, we've been recognized as one of the top lotteries in North America in terms of growth, so we're proud of that, despite the problem of having too much money. I would submit to you, California wishes they had the same problem.
Right. Question? Do you have a question, Tom?
Thank you. Is this the page you're talking about that shows
Yes, that's
170?
exact- Yeah,
This is 100, it does not quite read.
those are the actual, the last, so our current estimate is an estimate. It's fiscal year 23, which is not reflected in this graph represented.
Okay,
Yeah,
so 170 and
70.8, yes.
your operating expenses are gonna be 15 million? Is that what this is? In the governor's budget? 15 and 4, yeah, 15.
Yes, so FY
I just wanted
24,
to make
Yes,
clear
of
what I
course.
was looking at.
yes.
Thank you.
So that would be the governor's submitted budget, 15.294 is FY 24.
And for that, we get 170 million back.
Well, that's this year, actually. This year, for $13 million, you get 170 million back. And also realize one of the best parts about our money is it's just a permission to expend. The budget you folks approve, we spend from our
yes.
revenue stream. We don't actually receive any funding from you folks.
Okay.
It's just a deduction, and that's pursuant to Article 6B of the
Yes.
state constitution, which says revenues minus expenses equals return
Thank you for
education.
explaining that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that basically an enterprise fund?
Correct. Yeah, we do enterprise accounting. Our CFO does an annual report, which is submitted to fiscal, actually, which just last month. Yeah, December. Yeah.
Fiscal January.
January. Yeah. And so there'll be to this point, as to our budget, there'll be a further request that is not before you today, but is certainly, I want to speak to it. There was a request during the governor's budget phase for a 1.189 expenditure for a customer relation management piece of software called Salesforce, which will be contained within OIT's budget, which would come out of our budget, essentially. And so I wanted to sort of brief you on that, as well as I'll follow up with a submission as to what that entails. It's really, currently we're doing customer relations on Post-it notes and emails and the like, and really migrating to customer relation management software will improve our business, but also improve our constituent services, which, as you can imagine, we get a lot of phone calls for an agency. We get a lot of phone calls, particularly as we've expanded what it is we do as well as where we do it. I mean, sports betting alone has been an entirely new vertical of 30,000 customers a month. And so it's been a challenge. So that would be certainly a request made of you folks, but it'll be contained within OIT's budget, which is before Division One, I believe, tomorrow. 1.189 million.
We do a lot of, there's a lot of work done on Salesforce in
Yeah.
the state, yeah. Do you have a question? Okay.
Okay, yeah, it's Division One. OIT is on Division One, and then there's just a pass through. Obviously, they bill us for what they do. So, yeah, it's a one-time expense. It's not a recurring expense. It's just to buy the software and pay for the implementation of the software.
Question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here.
Of course.
When do you expect that to be online?
Salesforce, it would be certainly after you folks approve it, and I think 6 months thereafter is what the
Realistically, probably 2025 by the time it's implemented and set up.
yeah. So it would be approved. You mean fiscal year 25?
Yes.
Yeah, fiscal.
Right,
So
and I have one complaint, that Mega Millions jackpot that was just over the border should have been in New Hampshire.
yes, that person wishes it was too. That cost them $50 million in state income tax.
Really?
Yes. Maine had just increased their state income tax by 2%. So it went from $40 million to $50 million they paid in state income taxes in Maine. If they had just driven to Rochester, bought it, and then declared residency in New Hampshire, it would have been quite the savings.
Where was it bought? Was it bought in a store?
It was bought in Lebanon, Maine.
Yeah, I know, it's just
Yeah. And so
stone's throw from my house.
it's literally a mile to the border in Rochester. They would have been ever so much richer. Not that they're not rich now, but yeah, Maine, their revenue commissioner had a windfall. And so certainly happy to answer your questions. I know you folks have a busy schedule. Our budget seems to be and is generally pretty simple. We don't have we don't have any federal grants, any matching, any money we have to expend. We just hope you folks approve our budget and it forms the basis of what the revenue is we expect to return to the state. And we try to be pretty efficient with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a couple questions if you can just explain some things to me.
Sure.
On page 1210, you've got the 2 million in debt service and that goes away. What was that from? Where does that go?
So as part of our long-term strategy, we bought our building several years ago. And as part of the state had extra funds. Actually, we had extra funds. We were going to transfer more. And so as a result, we prepaid for our building, which we had debt service on. And now we own the building outright and don't pay debt service or, principal and interest on it. And so that's what that is. That $2.7 million is us. Our financials would recognize an asset of that value on it.
Thank you. Can I keep going?
Sure.
On 1211, you've had some new things come online with lottery. So are these positions, you've got 7 new positions here? Are these for this new
It is,
program?
yes. It's the vast majority of them are to manage the growth of lottery operations within the state.
Okay.
As you can imagine, certainly the graph here shows we scaled up. You need to support scaling up.
And can you address, can you say a few words for the Council for Responsible Gambling? That's bottom of 2011. It looks like there's some travel. It looks like you're sending people out for training for that. Can you just speak to responsible gambling?
That actually brings up a point that I was going to, speaking of sticky notes, bring up to you. That actually is a misclassification of the class code. That should be class code 102, which is program contract services. The Council for Responsible Gambling, we're just as an administrative arm of us, so they do make their own decisions and everything like that, but they contract out the entire amount, at least so far. They contracted out to the Council for Responsible Gambling. Yes, I always get them mixed up. Or excuse me, Council for Problem Gambling. Yeah. So that needs to be reclassed. If we could make that change, that would be great. That was on our plan to talk to you about. So it's not for travel, no.
No.
They do some travel, but it's all contracted and they invoice on a monthly basis. to
So
us.
we need to make a change for that.
Class 102 it should be.
Yeah, and to be very clear, we have no input on what happens with the Council for Problem Gambling or the Responsible Gambling. They're just administratively tied. They use our finance department. They use functions in our building just to make their efforts more effective.
Okay. Joe?
Thank you. How does that contract work for your online gambling? You know, your machine, well, whatever, I don't know what you call them, machines or, you know, and because they're not very responsive.
So you mean the machines that are in the stores?
No, not the machines in the stores, the one that you go online and,
Okay.
you know, the gaming machines.
So the machines that are online, so if you open your phone out and want to play Powerball through your phone, that's through a subcontractor with a called Neopollard Interactive or NPI. Games. Sure. Yeah, of course.
You know, you got like
So that's through the same vendor does that. They have a call center that's based in East Lansing, Michigan. And they're supposed to be remarkably responsive. We actually have service level agreements with them that they're required to return phone calls within so many minutes. They're required to return emails within so many minutes and the like. And certainly we keep track of that on a daily, weekly basis. And so if there's a problem with that, I'd want to know, but also
well, is this Salesforce program going to help?
no,
Or is that a different part of the house?
so as you can imagine, there's two areas you would call. You would call them. The phone number on the app is to them. Frequently, our office gets phone calls and knows how to contact them, as well as teach folks how to call them directly, as well as if there's a problem of significance, it escalates up, and then somebody higher up calls somebody higher up and makes it an issue. That contract is up for bid. We're releasing an RFP in a matter of weeks. And, you know, it'll get better with time, but certainly that's how it's handled now. And if there's a problem, Representative, I want to know about it. Like, if it's a real problem, please call me.
Yeah, because the rest of the, you know, that's a contract and I realize it. Sometimes I don't always go as planned, so.
Yeah, no, of course. And certainly, I mean, they're trained in a number of functions. And there should be no problems, particularly after we've been doing this now for 4.5 years. I mean, not everyone's going to win. That problem always exists, candidly. But certainly there should be no problems in terms of customer service, reaction time, you know, and the like.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the questions. I'm looking at some of your lines and I'm looking at the numbers between 22, the FY 2023 adjusted, and then the budgeted for 24-25. There are some spikes in 23, and I'm curious whether that's because the year is not over and we're looking at an estimate, or there is a underlying reason. Starting with, for example, 64, line 64, the retirement pension benefits health insurance. You're going from 299 in 22 to 470, and then down to 314, 352. Do you have any, you know, back color on why the 470?
Excuse me. Those numbers all come from DAS and Department of Personnel. I believe they changed carriers at some point over the last couple of years, which I know has affected that expense, along with our post-employment benefits and things along those lines, where we make adjustments at the end of the year. So that would be the explanation for something like that.
Thank you. And there is a similar question for item number 20, current expenses, where again, you know, it goes from 335 in 22 to 529, and then it's budgeted to 445, 479. Again, when I'm looking for color, it's, you know, I'm just curious what caused it. I'm assuming it's a one-time type situation because it doesn't show up in the budgets, but just.
So line 20 is current expenses is a number of functions. Like, for example, the LBA that does our audit, we pay for the audit out of that line item. The majority of those funds are used to support retailers in retail networks. So, for example, if we're buying bet stations, which are those block or terminals that you would use to write a ticket on, that comes from there, as well as if we buy plastic dispensers, if a store has dispensers which have tickets in them, we pay for those and we replace them with those.
Yeah.
And so usually it's meant to sort of replace what are essentially durable goods in retail and support them. And so that ebbs and flows as the need ebbs and flows.
Fully understood. And my last quick question on 69, promotion and marketing. You seem to plan to hike your marketing budget by quite a bit.
Yes.
Just curious, you know, again, in terms of why and what do you expect the outcome of that to be?
Well, certainly it's meant to support the growth in revenue, obviously. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of fundamentally, as you can imagine, we run this like a business, not a state agency. And there's two reasons. One is the cost of marketing has gone up by double digits. The cost of airtime as well as the cost of production costs has gone up with the cost of inflation. I think I got an estimate probably a month ago that it was 16% increase in production costs. So just to produce an ad, which it costs 100,000, now it costs 116,000. Also, we are cognizant of the fact that Mass has now approved sports betting, for which we derive this year probably $30 million in profitability, which is 3 times more than we anticipated. And, we like that. And so we're trying to maintain that level of competition as well as revenue. And so that's the reason behind it. One of the things you'll notice is when it comes to 22 versus 23, if we didn't need it, we don't spend it. Yeah, no, I mean,
No concern about that.
Yeah, no, for us, my colleague to my right here is fanatical. He treats your money like you wish everyone did, in terms of spending it and defending it. So it's just so that if we need to sort of run an advertising campaign or approach Massachusetts and try and get back some customers, we have the funds to do so.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Just I want to say thank you. I mean, you've come to us session after session, and you come to us, you don't ask us really for anything because you do all your own stuff. I'm a little bit concerned about what Massachusetts is doing as well. Yeah. Do you anticipate a large percentage of loss in terms, or you're making an effort to do more advertising to compete? What do you think is going to happen?
It's the $1 million question. I know I get that a lot, but I draw solace in what happened with New York and New Jersey. New Jersey was live for a number of years before New York was. And there was a suggestion that New Jersey would fall off a cliff, and it didn't happen. So we look at sports betting in 2 different ways, retail and mobile. So retail are the facilities in Hampton and Dover and Manchester and soon to be other states, other parts of the state. I expect almost no loss there. When it comes to mobile, it's a good question. I would expect double digits, but not much. And certainly, so some impact, which is reflected in our revenue estimates for the out years, but not critical. Certainly not, to the point of being in terror.
And my next question is, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve?
Please, nothing more. One of the things we pride ourselves in greatly is we're number 2 in the country per capita for sports revenue. So it's New York 1, New Hampshire's number 2, and then there's a bunch of states way off the cliff in terms of money that goes to the state to pay for state services. As you notice, we didn't ask for anything, nor did we submit anything. I don't think there's been any submissions. I know that Senator Lang has a bill for online gaming, which may make its way over to you folks at some point. That would be the next iteration of gambling that would be revenue driving.
Great, thank you. Charitable gaming seems so we've expanded, and what's your role in that?
So in charitable gambling, that area is under the Division of Investigation, Compliance, and Enforcement, which is run by our Chief Compliance Officer. In that regard, we're very much a referee and a regulator. We're not an operator. And so we maintain licensing authority as well as regulatory authority over virtually everything they do within the facility. So our authority begins and ends at the threshold. And so it's been an issue with towns, like Conway was an issue. I was up there last week. Lebanon has raised the issue. There is revenue from it. So it depends on what areas charitable gambling we're talking about. Under what are called games of chance, we derive a certain percentage of the revenue. Charity derives a certain percentage, and the operator does. Under historic horse racing, which has been an issue recently, the operator retains 75% of the revenue. Of the remaining 25%, a third goes to the charity, 2/3 goes to the state. So you're talking approximately profitability to the state in charitable gambling total. I'd estimate around, say, next year, 16 or 17 million between historic horse racing and as well as games.
Well, including historical. That would,
yeah.
Sorry, I forgot about historical.
Yeah, it's okay. That's all right.
So do you expect that to grow?
I do. I do, but you know, as you can imagine, we tend to be conservative with our numbers because one of the difficulties in our job is if we give you a number, you spend it, and then we have to go make it. And so a year from now, you come back and say, "Why didn't you hit our number?" Then that's one of our challenges. Is I don't know when war in Ukraine is going to raise gas prices and lottery sales go off a cliff or the equivalent. It's difficult. So we tend to be on the moderately conservative side of our estimates.
Stay on the charitable gambling for a second.
Yeah.
Our church is debating whether to participate. And there was somebody got up and said, well, they're changing the numbers. It used to be 35% to the charity, and now they're dropping it to 10%. So I think what they're talking about is that historic racing.
Correct.
Okay, so that did change, but
Yeah, it's just what it's being done in the facility has a different take, essentially.
okay.
That's all.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Could we get a chart about where all these things fit in?
Absolutely.
With, you know, just to get a little picture of it, because the charitable, since it's gone into it, it's gotten a little bit, you know, just it's just one more avenue to consider. So a little picture would help.
Of course.
And then, did you consider selling mentholated tickets?
So we actually sold, our head of product and sales, is a brilliant woman, and she came up with the idea to sell bacon-scented tickets. Which, no, I was not. We actually sold, it was a scratch and sniff bacon-scented ticket. It was called I Love Bacon, and it was on Good Morning America. It was on CBS News. It was national news. It was, we went through 7, 8 iterations of the bacon smell, all of which I tested with my dog. I actually, I don't know if you find this funny. I don't know if it's appropriate, but I was almost sued by PETA because it was because I had used bacon in a ticket, and I said it's just chemicals. It's literally just a reaction of two. But so it literally PETA's takedown page for several days was us and me about how we were offending pigs. So anyway. Exactly. I just thought it was funny.
Thank you.
Jim's right, don't.
So, I'm sorry I have to ask this, but when we were trying to get gambling, we couldn't, it failed. But now the charitable gaming casinos are coming up with, where are they coming up with these licenses? How did they do that?
So as part of the authorization of historic horse racing, there was a provision which allowed facilities which had games of chance charitable gambling license as of a certain date to be authorized to engage in charitable gambling, specifically historic horse racing, as of that date. And they were the only ones that were eligible until July of 24, July 1 of 2024. It's in the HHR enabling legislation. I can get you a copy of it if you want in terms of the language.
Thank you. That would be helpful.
Yeah, and certainly there were 12 communities around the state, all of which had facilities that were authorized. Some hadn't been built yet, but they've been authorized. They'd received the approvals, and they scatter the states. It's from Berlin to Hampton over to Keene and Nashua. So
It's kind of a surprise for the local people.
Oh, of
All of a
course.
sudden, a casino shows up.
yeah, I mean, certainly it's called a casino. It's called a casino for the obvious reasons. It's good marketing. I often decide casino is a term of art. It's like saying, what's a bistro? I don't know. They serve food, they have drinks, nice tables. And so for me, it's just what gambling's authorized by the state, and we regulate whatever gambling's authorized by you folks. We don't get into marketing in terms of truth of advertising and what they call themselves.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I
Thank you.
appreciate if you could send me that.
Of course, yeah. Let me
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick follow-up to this. I think I understand that you were saying that the authorization right now is for the 12 existing or authorized historic horse racing facilities at the time of the legislation was passed, but you mentioned July 2024.
Yes.
What happens then?
Okay, so it's actually 12 towns. In some of the towns, there are multiple locations. So
There you
Nashua too. I want to make sure I get that clear, so that's all. So the law proposed and you folks approved a moratorium of new facilities until July 1 of 2024. There are several bills flying around which would extend that or make that permanent. Those for you to decide. After that date, new facilities can be opened. The thing is that we approved rules through JailCar, which restrict the type of facilities that can be launched. And by that, you mean in order to be historic horse racing revenue, you have to have so much of your floor be table spaced and so much of your revenue be derived from table games. And that was a couple of reasons. One is to protect the charities, because as of July 24, if an operator has to give up 45% of his profit to the state and charities for tables, and only 25% of his revenue from machines, if I'm a businessman, tables go away because they're far more expensive to run. Because you have to have people, it's expensive. Machines, it's just electricity, which admittedly is more expensive than it used to be, but it's still less expensive. And so I wanted to make sure that the charities that derive all this money would get their share and then some. And so there's a natural limit to what the expansion can be, but certainly as of July 24, there can be new facilities under the existing law.
Okay, so obviously if the statutes remain unchanged, because whatever changes, but assuming no legislative changes, in July 2024, we may see a growth in this area because this current restricting statute has a sunset date of.
Correct. Though I would suggest to you, as somebody who does gambling for a living, candidly, the market has a limit. It's just like any foreign market. These machines, while they've been characterized as video lottery terminals, slot machines, they're not as popular, they're just not as popular to gamblers as a casino machine would be. And so there's a natural limit to it. I would somewhere around 1,500 statewide, mostly in the South. And so you're not going to have a proliferation because the market's not going to support it. These things are very expensive to run. Our regulations that govern the management of these, it's a 7-figure investment just in complying with our rules, forgetting the building, the cost, the labor, all those things. And so I would imagine you're not going to see the proliferation that folks would fear.
Thank you.
I'm off free. Thank you very much. Thanks, member of the committee. And as I said, if you want to follow up any questions, happy to answer going forward. Thank you so much. We tried.
So, can I ask a procedural question, Mickey? I just signed off on HB1. Once it's fully signed off and it's in the House's hands, can we make changes to HB1 in this committee? Can we recommend changes to one?
Absolutely. That's what any of the motions that we do that I'll compile will ultimately be our proposed amendments to House Bill 1 and House Bill 2. So,
But I guess, does it have to go through 2 to get to 1, or could we go directly to 1?
no, they're separate bills. So we amend. So for instance, the class line error that the Lottery Commission just stated on the Responsible Gaming Council. So this committee can make a vote to make that change, and then I would just compile that and all the changes that I'm making for now until we hit our deadline. So, like, that's something you can do now. We're still in work session. If you wanted to do that, to approve that requested change, we're going to receive one more change. He had talked about that software system. They're going to give us details to that, which they didn't have with them today. So once we get that, that'll be another item that you could consider for lottery as well.
So we could take it up after.
Certainly, anytime. Yeah, we're in session now until 2, and then police standards is in at 2:00. So anytime.
Well, if we get Harry back in here, we could take a vote on that.
I'll notify the people.
This is this is about the easiest thing the committee will do. So it's a good practice, I guess, for process. So,
but does it take can it be a show of hands, or does it have to be
Okay. Yeah. I mean, the clerk can usually take a vote, and just a show of hands is fine. And then all of those affirmative actions that the committee takes, I will compile those with my changes right through.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a technical correction, really. So, yeah, you can see the $250,000 per year was, it should just be in class 102, not class 70. So that's the change they were asking for.
If you would say that one more time, what we're talking about is taking a vote on an administrative change in the,
There's a technical correction here on page 1211 of the governor's budget on accounting unit 8054. You can see that there's $250,000 per year in class 70. That should be in class 102. And the lottery commission had asked that we make that change.
okay, do we have a motion to that
So
effect?
moved.
Moved by Mary, seconded by Joe. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, so it's unanimous. No, well, we didn't need to do a roll call on it. We can do a show of hands, but I think you have to fill out a,
Yeah, you're gonna have to. No, yeah, no.
I mean, these are all just recommendations, I guess, for me to put together. Your final vote on recommendation, on all of your recommendations will be at the
oh,
end.
okay, so we don't,
So, I mean, it's up to the clerk if he wants to take notes of these small motions as we're going along. And I will say, as we get into some of the other agencies, we're going to get more technical requests to make. So some keying errors maybe occurred. They've noticed things that once the governor's budget came out, oh, that's the wrong class line or the wrong source of funds. So as we get those, it helps me if we can approve those quickly, because then I can do the keying in the budget system and the budget entry, as I'm going along, rather than everything at the end.
okay, well, I guess we're done until 2:00. When police standards,
Please stand.
police standards.
Mr. Chair, if I may, is this a budget where, we need to wait, or is it something that we are ready to?
Yeah, it's not.
He's got one other item he wants us to consider.
Yes.
That,
Police standards and training.
Salesforce software.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's, yeah, well, and that's why I went to the hallway and started some training.
Just see this?
I played online. I couldn't collect.
Oh, really?
And and then I finally said, the hell with it. And I ain't playing. That's where I'm at right now. And I hit $3,000.
Oh, I didn't go far enough.
Oh, that's worth complaining about.
Well, what happened? I had my debit card and I used that to, put money in. And then my card got pumped. I said, I'll use my wife's card. And then they said, well, send a check in. So I said, with your name, her name, and your name on it, which is fine.
Yeah.
In the same account, it's a debit card. And they just kept giving me the rash of shit. They wouldn't give me
Wouldn't
money.
credit it. Huh.
Hey.
It's 2:00 Apple time. So we will get underway with New Hampshire Police Standards and Training, please. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all, folks, for giving us your time today. For the record, my name is John Skip. I'm the Director of New Hampshire Police Standards and Training, and our mission is to shape, strengthen, and sustain the competency and professionalism of New Hampshire law enforcement in service to our state. The Police Standards and Training Council regulates the hiring, educational, and certification standards for all police officers, state corrections officers, and probation parole officers in the state of New Hampshire. We operate the New Hampshire Police Academy, which all municipal police, county sheriff deputies, and state troopers, conservation officers, really anyone who is a certified law enforcement officer in the state of New Hampshire must attend in order to become certified as a full-time police officer. We also operate the part-time officer basic training class that all part-time police officers must complete to obtain their part-time certification, as well as the New Hampshire Corrections Academy that all state-level corrections officers must attend in order to obtain their certification. We also provide specialized, advanced, and in-service refresher training to our at our facility in Concord and regionally around the state to assist officers in completing the annual requirements to maintain their certification. As part of our responsibility for regulating over 4,000 certified officers in the state, we convene and rule on disciplinary hearings that may suspend or revoke the certification of officers that have violated council rules or committed a crime or an act of moral turpitude. We are an independent executive branch agency, now governed by 17-member council. We are not affiliated with any other law enforcement or prosecutorial agency in the state, thereby avoiding potential conflicts of interest with our regulatory function and decertification duties. We provide services with 24 full-time and 6 part-time positions, which include sworn staff, administrative, and maintenance employees. Our staff is assisted by adjunct instructors, most of whom are unpaid volunteers, and a small number of contracted instructors. We operate a 77,000 square foot training facility located on 20.87 acres of grounds across from NHTI's Concord's Community College. With regard to the efficiency budget request, DAS had provided our agency with target allocations from the governor's office of no more than a 3% increase in FY24 and 0% increase in FY25. Our submitted efficiency budget request meets those requirements. Our adjusted authorized budget for FY23 is currently $5,620,030. Our FY24 request, $5,788,631, represents a 3% increase above the FY23 adjusted. And our FY25 request of $5,788,631 represents a 0% increase for fiscal year 24. There are a number of new programs that our agency has taken on. It's important to note that these new responsibilities have come into our purview since the last budget cycle. These new responsibilities are the result of the 2022 legislation through administrative rule changes based on recommendations made by the Governor's Law Enforcement Accountability, Community, and Transparency Commission, and through realignment of responsibilities between state agencies. Senate Bill 376 in the 2022 session assigned police standards and training with providing crisis intervention training to New Hampshire law enforcement officers with the target of having at least one officer from every law enforcement agency in the state trained. Executive Order 2022-06 assigned police standards and training with the responsibility of overseeing the statewide accreditation program for law enforcement agencies. This program is not funded beyond a DOJ grant that will expire at the end of fiscal year 2023. House Bill 1682 during the 2022 session established the Law Enforcement Conduct Review Committee under Police Standards and Training. This committee will be responsible for overseeing and reviewing all investigations regarding allegations of police misconduct as defined in statute. Through Executive Order 2020-19 and Administrative Rule Change POL 403.01 has now been amended to increase the number of annual in-service training hours for all certified law enforcement officers as a condition of their continued certification from 8 hours annually, increasing incrementally to 24 hours of annual training by 2025. Police Standards and Training has assumed primary responsibility for overseeing and delivering all active shooter alert training, which initially sat with the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. And that change was done so as to define training areas of responsibility more clearly. With regard to our additional prioritized needs, they include 2 full-time positions to assist with some of these new responsibilities. One of the requests is a program specialist 3, with the hope that they will be able to manage the new programs given to us during FY23 to include active shooter alert training and statewide accreditation for law enforcement agencies as dictated under Executive Order 2022-06. The second full-time position is for a training development manager, which is critically needed to develop online training content for law enforcement agencies. Through the LEAC recommendations and Executive Order 2020-19, annual in-service training requirements were increased from 8 to 24 hours. Additionally, the Department of IT here in New Hampshire has requested an additional 16998 in FY24 and 18145 in fiscal year 25 for shared costs increases in software costs, support, and consulting services, and DOIT increases for additional funded positions. Our total agency budget request, as recommended by the governor for FY24, is $5,964,442, which is a 5.8% increase over FY23, and $6,048,349 in fiscal year 25, which is a 1.4% increase over FY24. Our proposed FY24-25 budget reflects compliance with target allocations set forth by DAS while attempting to appropriately resource our current obligations of providing contemporary recruit training to newly hired officers, creating and delivering in-service training, regulating and monitoring compliance with professional standards, as well as preparing to meet the number of new obligations as outlined above. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for listening to our presentation, and I stand ready to answer any questions that anyone might have.
I have one question on, the program is not funded beyond DOJ grant that will expire at the end of 23. Is one of the hires that you're talking about going to do with that which is not being funded anymore?
Thank you very much for that question, and it's an excellent segue for the one ask that we have that's beyond what I've submitted.
Well, I gave you the softball. Now
Thank you. Yeah. That DOJ grant was to establish a state level accreditation program that is voluntary in nature. We had hopes of using the DOJ grant to fund a contracted position who could oversee the program. The person that is mentioned in my presentation would be more of a administrative assistant position to help with the the volume of calls and paperwork and things like that are going to have to be spoken to. The ask would be for consideration of an additional $75,000 per fiscal year to help us really strongly establish this accreditation program, which is brand new here in the state of New Hampshire. We really want this to be successful, and our initial hope was to try to have the accreditation program self-funded through application fees. But I just want to make sure that fiscally we're able to kind of close the deal as we roll this program out. And I don't know that we're going to generate enough money coming back in to help offset the cost of a contractor to oversee our program. And that would be, the 75 would be in addition to the presentation that I just made.
Mary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. When last you were here, we had just finished the LEAC, and there were so many recommendations, and you had a lot of work to do readjusting your curriculum and making sure everybody was prepared to do everything that the world has changed, and that commission had a lot of work for you. How did all that turn out?
Thank you so much for that question, and thank you for your interest too. That candidly, that was a heavy lift.
Yes.
It was a big lift. I am so fortunate that I am surrounded by people at Police Standards and Training that really make me very successful because they do all the heavy lifting. We were able to accomplish about 90% of what LEAC was asking us to do. We have a couple of small pieces that are still being worked on, but my staff really did a phenomenal job and created a tremendous amount of content that was necessary. We realigned the curriculum. We are looking towards the future in terms of making sure that New Hampshire is setting the bar for training of law enforcement officers, not just in New England, but across the country. And we're very excited. We take that challenge on, very excited about it.
I live in Manchester, and we have a fabulous police chief.
Yep.
She's the best. But we also really have a hard time recruiting police officers. It's not a job people want to do anymore. What can we do, or what are we doing as a state to even your own troopers? It's hard to get people who are willing to get out there. There are more guns out there. There's more risk. People don't know when they stop somebody if it's going to be something more than they anticipated. So what can we? It's such a critical thing. How can we help this, or what can we do?
Thank you for that question. I had the occasion to be in Washington, D.C. This last weekend, and I'm part of a project with the Department of Justice and the Bureau of Justice Assistance to help create a nationwide constitutional policing curriculum. That allowed me an opportunity to sit down and talk with some of my peers from across the country. What we are seeing here in New Hampshire is candidly not nearly as bad as what other parts of the country are seeing with regard to recruitment and retention issues. Nonetheless, New Hampshire's very much in that mix. We're suffering from those problems as well. The sad truth is that we are not getting people that are really forward thinking and could really bring some tremendous change to our industry, because they don't want to face the daunting task of being a police officer. It is a challenge that is many people just don't want anything to do with now. There's a general feeling that there's really no support from the communities that they serve. There's probably some concern that they're not supported by their own agencies. They're afraid that they're going to have to make a decision that they will be vilified for later on, even though it's a 100% correct decision. I've been in law enforcement for almost 40 years now, and I have never seen it like this before, ever. It is, I don't believe it's a problem that's going away anytime soon. We only need to look here in New Hampshire where, we're looking at staffing deficits that are crushing, Department of Corrections crushing, New Hampshire State Police crushing right now. I don't know the answer. We collectively in our business have done everything we can to try to recruit people, actively going out there and recruiting like I've never seen before in our business. And I don't know what that answer is. Don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for, answering questions and frankly for the work you do. It's really tough. I would state on the record that I don't think that the concern for safety in terms of coming to New Hampshire to be a police officer is a big concern. We are either the safest or the second safest state in the country overall. Police work is still dangerous, but relative to other states, it shouldn't really be a big deal. And also, I'm from Windham, and God knows we support our police department, and yet we cannot we have an open position we haven't been able to file for a while. You were mentioning concerns about, being vilified if you make a bad decision. I remember reading, and again, this is not about New Hampshire police, it's just general knowledge. I remember reading that at some point the training was, rather aggressive in how they should handle situations, and now we are adjusting the training to focus more on de-escalating and trying to. Is that something that we need to do, continuing down on that path? Would that help in the longer term ease some of those pressures? Do you think that's part of the solution? And seriously, what can we do to help in creating whatever regulatory framework or anything that would make it possible for the agency to, find the right people who do the right job? I mean, at the end of the day, we all need public safety, and, what can we do? I'm not an expert on those.
Thank you, sir, for that question. I wish I had that answer. I don't know. There's a lot of theories out there. These are not my positions. I'll just relate to you what I have heard, from my peers. There is, the question of should police officers be more heavily compensated, right? If we want to really professionalize, do they need more money? Better equipment, better connection to the community. When you're faced with a job that requires you to work nights, weekends, and holidays versus I can take a job in Boston working for a private firm and make better money, and nobody's going to try and hurt me. And I do agree with you. This is a very safe place to work as a police officer. I absolutely agree with you. I just don't know that answer, and I wish I did. And this is a question that is asked across the country. What can we do to recruit people, really smart, forward-thinking people who are going to stay in the business for a long time?
Seriously, I would appreciate, if something comes to mind, feel free to reach out to, me or anybody else proactively and see if, again, if a strategy comes up that, we could implement from a policy. I know now we're talking budget, but obviously the budget issues are going to be influenced by policy. So, please stay, let us know.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I represent Hanover and Lyme, and Chief Dennis, I understand, has a strong leadership position in the state. And I recall at one of our recent town budget hearings, he spoke about the fact that many of the new police academy, like trainees who make it through their program, either fail the written exam or don't pass the background check. So I'm wondering, from hearing that description, there must be some sort of cost savings to be had from running the background check prior to the academy training and sitting for the exam, so that we're not losing someone after investing that important resource into, studying these folks up and getting them ready to go. If we could save money on the front end by not putting them through the program, if we already know they're going to fail the test, the background check.
Right.
So I've had the distinct pleasure of, thank you for the question. I've had the distinct pleasure of working with Chief Dennis. He's a great guy and a really strong police leader here in New Hampshire. In fact, the recruit will not attend the academy until they pass a full background check, to include a psychological exam, a medical exam, a polygraph exam, and that full background where we talk to past employers and family members and just really make sure that they're not bringing any kind of bad habits or criminal behavior or anything like that. So no, they will not attend the academy until that check is done, for that very reason. Yeah. The unfortunate truth is that at a base level, Hanover PD will spend a lot of money on vetting that particular candidate, and they may have spent overtime on the background investigator, put him through a medical test, which costs money, and a psych test, and then all of a sudden something pops in their background, and Hanover PD is into that particular candidate for maybe $1,000, and then they have to start again. So it is frustrating. I will tell you that New Hampshire's hiring standards have not changed, and as long as I am where I'm at, I would strongly urge no changes to our hiring standards, because when you do see hiring standards lessened, that $1,000 that Hanover spent is pennies on dollars compared to what could happen, by hiring somebody who should not be given this privilege to be a law enforcement officer.
Thank you. There was a time when you were getting older candidates going through. Are there still older people who are, maybe perhaps retired military? Do you still get that sort of a candidate?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we do. And it's interesting. Not only do we get retired folks from the military who candidly do very, very well in the academy setting and have great careers, we're actually seeing older adults who may have owned their own business or worked in private industry for a long period of time, and then had this calling for public service, and so they do step up, and it is my opinion that the life experience that those folks bring to the table is phenomenal, and it makes them great officers because they already have the interpersonal skills to be very successful.
When I was reading this, or you were reading it to us, about SB 367, training of law enforcement officers, target of having at least one officer from every law enforcement agency in the state trained. I'm trying to, how did you define law enforcement agency? I'm either thinking this is too many people or not enough people. And what brought to mind is that, Newcastle probably does not need one if we're, if you're defining that as a law enforcement agency. So what do you mean by law enforcement agency?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, every single police department, that's what the target is, and that target was set by the senator that had sponsored this bill. That was his vision, and ultimately was signed into law. I am very familiar with Newcastle. I was a Rye police officer for 12 years, so we used to meet at Foy's Corner a lot and get to talk. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just recalling that your first day you had to shut everything down. You looks like you held up pretty well.
You are correct, sir. Thank you. my very first official act as the director of New Hampshire Law Enforcement Standards and Training was to shut the building down. And I introduced myself to the class. I'm the new guy. You have 15 minutes to go upstairs and get all your stuff and get out of here. You got to go back to where you came from. Yes.
I'll follow up. There was one example that happened to prove that, all New Hampshire law enforcement has the same training. And I'm glad to see that. I'm glad to have that. And the one example to prove that how valuable that was that disaster down in Texas where they had hundreds of law enforcement people, different, all under different leadership, and got nowhere. It was just so I'm just want to thank you for having what we have here in New Hampshire. Have all our law enforcement have the same training.
Thank you, sir, and thank all of you for that support. We are the envy of. I ran a police academy down in Massachusetts. They envy New Hampshire because of the way we do business, as does a lot of states, and we're very, very fortunate in that regard.
Yeah, thank you again. With the executive order to increase number of annual in-service training hours from 8 to 24 hours, do you have funding for that? Where's that extra funding coming from? How do you manage that?
Thank you for that question. This budget, as proposed, is going to help us do that. I think one of the things that we need to do at the Police Academy is to leverage online training. Leveraging online training will be able to spread our resources in a way where we can reach more officers and also reduce the costs associated with overtime and backfill versus sending people to a face-to-face class. There's some classes that they do need to be face-to-face. It is what it is. We tried doing some pistol qualifications online. It didn't go. No, that's not true. No. But certainly we do have to have some face-to-face classes, but we really do need to leverage our online learning system. And we do have an online learning system in place. We just have to build content, and building content online, about an hour of content, about 100 hours worth of behind the scene work to do it correctly. Right. So, but thank you for that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted an observation. At one point, the state police came in and gave us a map showing all the towns that they are responsible for because they have less than 1,200 or 13, some number of population. Still, many of these will have a police chief who's there 30, 40 hours a week. The rest of the time, the state police have the responsibility for that town. So when they have this one person, many times it is not a certificated person, which is why this law was passed, because, okay, it's your turn. You're the chief this year. I mean, some of these things you never know in a small town. So that's, I think, what they're getting at, rather than saying there's a lot of non-qualified police chiefs around this, or policemen around this, just this small town. And I remember one near me that, they would kind of contract him with the sheriff, or because it was kind of in the corner of the state. The police had more trouble getting there. So it is a surprise. In some places, at one time around me in Rockingham County, there were 3 retired policemen who were chiefs. So they got 30 hours a week. But one of them told me, he said, me and 2 other officers saved the town $100,000 because we're working part-time and the town doesn't have to make that 20-some% contribution to the retirement system. So there's a lot of things going on that we may not be familiar with, but at least we're usually getting a 20-plus year experienced guy that's running a department.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at 2 of your organizational units, the administration and standards, and also the law enforcement training in the line 50, personal service temporary appointed. Both of them have quite a big bump between 22 and 23. And the first one also continues to increase in 24 and 25. Any, color on what's going on there? I mean, 22 to 23 is one thing, and then one of them grows more from 23 through the 24, 25.
Thank you for the question, sir. Could I ask just what page are you referring to? I
Sure.
just wanna-
On the state budget,
Yes, sir.
page 1213.
Yes.
And then also page 1214. But let's just focus on the 1213, about middle of the page, line 50, 050, personal service temp appointed. The budgetary numbers are, hang on. Oh, sorry, my bad. I marked the wrong line. I was talking about 60 benefits. That's why I need to use a piece of paper. I'll get a ruler.
You and I both, sir.
It's going from 204 to 332 and then 382 and 402.
Yes. I cannot speak directly to why those increases happen. Those benefits. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to have Major Schultz answer this.
For the record, my name is Max Schultz. I'm a major with Police Standards and Training. So the prioritized needs budget added 2 additional full-time positions, and that would be under this 8980 administration and standards account. I believe that's why you're seeing an increase in the
I got
benefits.
it. And to be fair, Rep. Murray already whispered that to me, so I appreciate it. We are good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That reminds me, in your request to the governor for your budget, what didn't you get that you asked for?
Hey, thank you for that question. The governor was very supportive of the 2 prioritized needs that we put forth, and his office supported both of those requests. I would have asked for that other 75,000 per budget year, but working with the Accreditation Commission and trying to work with DOJ and the federal grant, by the time we realized that we're probably just going to need that seed money, this had already been submitted. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Just to clarify, so I did hand out the fiscal item that is actually on the agenda for tomorrow's fiscal. So this is an accept and expend for the Police Standards and Training Council for fiscal 23 of $75,000 of pass-through grant money through the Department of Justice. What Director Skip is referring to is needing a continuation of this program for fiscal 24 and 25. And I think we would just want to clarify if there's an expectation that grant funds would be available, or if you would be asking for general funds during the next 2 years, just to make sure that that's clear.
Thank you, sir, to allow for clarification. That would be, we are going to seek any kind of grant funding that we can, but we would be asking for general funds for the 75,000. That is correct, sir. I just want to thank everyone again for the ability to come here and talk with you, and thank you for your questions, and certainly we stand ready to answer any question anybody might have. I'm happy to take a phone call or an email if that needs to happen. Stand ready to help.
Well, we certainly thank you for keeping New Hampshire safe.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's the date of the Police Standards and Training Academy? When was that first? I see 71, but what, do you know when exactly? Because I finished in June of 71, and I think I was, my partner was one of the first Academy graduates, Gene Reed, which I don't know if you keep track of that, but.
We do. We have the graduation rolls all the way back to the very beginning. So did you were you at Pease?
No, I was on the Farmington PD,
Okay.
and I was in uniform. You know, I was a cop.
Sure.
So I said, you know, I might as well go back in the service, and that's what I did. But my partner, I'm one of the trustee of the trust funds in the town now.
Okay.
In fact, we got a meeting tonight, and his daughter is on the trustees, which, you know, kind of, I didn't realize that she was, you know, that the relationship. that I'm getting that old, but it must have been after June, because I wasn't aware that police standards and training must have been being formed at that time.
You're exactly correct. We were constituted in 1971 through a governor's order, and we just celebrated our 51st birthday. Right. I do not know, but I know exactly where the documents are that will answer that, and I will try to get that to you. Yes. I'm sorry, sir. So I am the 6th. Yeah, I am the 6th. Let's hope, right?
I just wanted to add that my training was go out and use common sense. That was it. And it was good advice. Matter of fact, Carl Worcester, you might have heard him.
Yep.
He was the chief at the time, and you know, that was interesting.
I-
But we to cover what state police, they were very, very helpful in you know, because you got training from listening to them, and even though he was a rookie, Ronnie Calway, I'm sure you've heard of him.
Yep.
It was a great it was a great experience.
It
It
was-
was a thankless experience, but it was a great experience.
Yes. Well, it's always good when the boss gives you a gun and a badge and throws you the keys and says, "Hey, don't cause any problems out there." That was my
actually,
introduction.
he didn't give me a gun. He gave me the badge. I think I still have it somewhere. He wanted it back, but I didn't give it back.
Good for you. You deserve it.
Okay, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. We've said this before, the heavy workload for this division will be highway, you know, education, transportation. So these smaller agencies with the simpler budgets, if you complete them now, it's just less to worry about later. I would hold off on lottery only because he's going to come back with that $1 million request. So we just need to wait for that. But once that does come through, at a future work session, you could do that for sure.
Well, then we're adjourned. Thank you, Mary.